Recording in progress.
Good evening, and welcome to the Sammamish City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, July 15th. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order, and if the clerk could please call roll.
Mayor Karen Howe, Deputy Mayor Amy Lamb, Councilmember Kaylee Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Pamela Stewart,
Here.
Councilmember Kent Treen,
Present.
Councilmember Sid Gupta,
Here.
Councilmember Roisin O'Farrell.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's lovely to see all of you, and for all of you that can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done. Thank you. Amy, could you do the land acknowledgement?
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Snoqualmie Indian tribe. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Thank you. We'll now move to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to make an amendment. I motion that we add an additional half hour of public comment to after unfinished business. There are a lot of people here and we might not make it through the entire hour. And so we want to hear from as many people as we possibly can. And also to emphasize that we are, even though we are making a decision, it is not the end of public comment, and we will continue to accept public comment until the FEIS.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second for the amendment?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of the amended version, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to what everyone is looking forward to, public comment. So, to efficiently and equitably manage our time, I will allow for an additional comment period from 30 minutes, which is our standard, to 45 minutes in the room and 15 minutes online. This will allow a fair percentage of participants to get through most of their comment tonight. I will allow, as Deputy Mayor Lamb was talking about, I will allow another 30 minutes in-person comment up to 10 p.m. after, before we do council reports. So it's after our business is done. So we'll be adhering to our council meeting decorum rules. For those that are new to this process, this is not a dialogue. So when you stand up there and give your comment, we will be silent and not responsive in return. So I just wanted to set that expectation now. We are listening. You're going to see some people typing. It's because they're taking notes. They are paying attention to what you're saying. So please do state your name and your city. You'll have the 3 minutes to speak. Feel free not to use all three minutes if you don't want to or don't need to. To be clear, participation in tonight's public comment period is valued and appreciated. It's an important opportunity to hear your perspectives and insights, which is crucial as we look forward to these decision-making processes ahead. Everyone's voice matters, and this is a space where everyone should feel heard and respected, even if our opinions differ. My expectation is that comments will be delivered with civility and respect, even when expressing strong disagreement. Disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. No clapping, please. You may raise your hand silently if you wish to signal your agreement with the speaker. This preserves more time for comment while creating a more welcoming environment. So, we will start with general comment. Let's see what we got. Okay. David Steele. And this is a general comment, is that right?
Yes, it is. Actually, I was hoping for a point of clarification.
but let me make my statement, and then you can maybe nod your head or something if you don't want to say anything. Isn't the growth here managed by state law, and then through the county we have to accept X amount of growth? Okay. Do we have a number for that? A certain amount of, we do. Okay. This seems to be a fact that's not in the conversation between the people that want growth and not want growth and so forth and so on. So I wanted to get here early on, and hopefully maybe some of that information, very important information, could come out, because it's kind of silly to argue about growth when it's already given that you have to have X amount. I don't know what that X is. But if it's, 10,000 residential units a year, then the question then becomes, how do we do that, not do we do it? Does that make sense to everybody? I hope it does. So I've been here 45 years. I've seen a lot. We had one retail establishment when I moved up here. It was Sadler's Store, and it had a horse hitch in front of it. And since there, we've gotten a Safeway and a QFC, hopefully, and so forth. I'll tell you what. My suggestion would be to go more towards assisted living, retirement type communities, because those folks don't, excuse me, it's my Italian, sorry. Those folks don't get in their car and move on and off the plateau constantly, right? Okay, and so therefore that might help mitigate the traffic, which seems to be everybody's biggest concern, I would think, is the traffic. So that would be maybe one idea to help mitigate it. And that's all I wanted to leave you with right there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We will now go to the next list, which is Jody Walgren.
I actually just made my statement there on the paper that I'm worried about the increase in population because of traffic.
If you want to do that there, and would you rather not do it in public? I mean, it's entirely up to you, Jody.
I just wanted to make the comment. And
Sure,
I
sure.
made that on the paper.
Oh.
That's really all I had to say, was that I'm worried about the increase in population that will cause traffic and schools and, whatever, because we have such a good community now. I would hate to see that ruined by this influx of all these people, right? That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Jody. Next on my list here is Todd Langren.
Thank you very much. My name is Todd Langton, and I live at 22219 Northeast 12th Place, Sammamish, obviously. So I'm a little nervous, but excuse me while I read this, because I want to try and get it right. So my wife and I have lived in Sammamish since before it was a city. We raised both our children here. They spent their entire educational careers in LWSD schools in Sammamish. And they both now have master's degrees in their respective fields. Now that happened despite the fact that they learned in portables, despite the fact that there were traffic jams during rush hour and during the school day and the beginning and ending of the school day. I've been a little disappointed by the behavior of some of the folks opposing this project. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There are signs right outside here that say that it's a 15 stories. Well, 15 stories isn't even on the list. 8 stories max is on the list of options. So people are willing to do a lot of things to try and stop this project from coming to fruition. I have no horse in this race, other than that I live in this city. I've heard opponents of the project say it's a binary choice, right? If you allow for density and affordable housing, there will be traffic Armageddon, schools will be stuffed, the environment will be destroyed. And I believe that's a false premise. I believe that you can do both. You can meet the legal requirements of the Growth Management Act and facilitate the development of affordable housing allowing people who've been excluded from living here, like police officers, teachers, service workers, people who are here, come here to do their jobs every day because they can't afford to live here. And we have an opportunity to build some affordable housing that will help them make Sammamish their home. We can do this as a city, and I think that it's morally wrong to close the doors of this community because we've gotten in, and we don't want anybody else to come here and change the community. I just think that's morally wrong. And so change is going to happen whether we want it to or not. It's about how we manage that change.
Thank you, Todd.
Was that 3 minutes? Oh, sorry.
You did the whole 3. Okay.
Thanks.
Vina. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Howe, City Council, the Sammamish staff, and the respective residents of the City of Sammamish. We're honored to be invited by the Mayor to speak with you all today about our team, Smiling Tree Rocketry. Earlier this year, we had the privilege of inviting Mayor Howe to our Smiling Tree Luncheon, where we shared our passion for STEM and rocketry. We're truly grateful that she extended the invitation for us to present here at tonight's City Council meeting. Thank you, Mayor Howe, and everyone here for giving us this opportunity to share our journey and how we're working to inspire youth in the Sammamish area through science and engineering. I'm Vina Vijay, and I'm a rising senior at Skyline High School, and I'm the team captain for both the Smiling Tree Rocketry teams.
Thank you, Vina. I'm Abilam Nail, a sophomore at Skyline High School, and Smiling Tree Rocketry is a student-led nonprofit STEM team which is based in Sammamish. As a team, we choose to focus on one aspect of STEM that we're all passionate about, rocketry. It combines physics, engineering, programming, and design thinking in a way that's both challenging and exciting. As a nonprofit team led entirely by high schoolers, we design and build rockets while also mentoring younger students. Over the past year, we've reached over 300 students in King County through workshops, school visits, and STEM events. From explaining Newton's laws to third graders to teaching trajectory math to middle schoolers, we're passionate about making aerospace accessible and giving back to the community we grew up in. We compete in 2 rocketry competitions nationwide, the American Rocketry Challenge and the NASA Student Launch Initiative. The American Rocketry Challenge introduced us to model rocketry and precision flight, helping us build a strong foundation in engineering and testing. We started our journey in 2024, and immediately we placed top 25 nationwide. Our success continued into 2025 when we improved our standing from 21st to 13th. And next year, we're hoping to finish in the top 3. After placing top 25 nationally both years, the highest in Washington, we qualified for the NASA SLI, one of the most advanced student rocketry challenges in the country. To participate, we submit a detailed research proposal to NASA in the fall, and only a few teams get selected. We're proud to be the only student team from Washington State and have successfully launched a rocket at Huntsville, Alabama this year, representing Sammamish at a national stage. Through SLI, we design, build, and launch high-powered rocket to over 4,000 feet, conduct a scientific payload experiment, and present our work to NASA scientists and engineers. In 2025, we were honored to receive the first place award in NASA STEM engagement for our outreach initiatives, along with the second place award in the payload design for our innovative experiment.
Having already secured the NASA SLI qualification through 2027, we plan to leverage this opportunity by creating multiple rocketry teams to compete for nationals. In addition, we plan to expanding our programs to include FLL and drone competitions like the aerial drone competition, and we'll be strengthening our partnership with WAC, the Washington Aerospace Club, and Tri-Cities Rocketeers Club to develop more high-power rockets and create innovative payloads. In addition, we plan to host community engagements in Sammamish, such as participating in the local farmers market and leading hands-on activities at elementary and middle school STEM engagements in order to inspire the next generation. Several space-related companies that are already investing in the Northwest include SpaceX and Blue Origin. And there are other startups like Spaceflight and Capta Space that are also involved in rocket development, space technology, satellite technology, and launch services. We firmly believe that our STEM activities enable the next generation talent to be successful in these and other high-tech companies by providing the necessary foundational knowledge and the essential skills. We're here today because we hope to continue growing our impact through the initiatives that I spoke about, and we would be grateful for any support the City of Sammamish would offer. For example, connecting us with local STEM professionals such as people that are engineers, researchers, or educators who might be interested in advising our team or supporting our outreach efforts which would mean a lot. Additionally, as a nonprofit, we fundraise each season to cover materials, testing, and travel to Huntsville, Alabama for the National NASA launch. Any assistance or introductions the city could provide to local partners or sponsors would be sincerely appreciated. In particular, we're committed to expanding access to STEM for students from all backgrounds, including those who may not otherwise have the resources or exposure to pursue these fields. Support from the city can help us reach more young minds, especially in underserved or overlooked communities. Smiling Tree STEM shows what's possible when students are empowered to take the lead, combining passion, innovation, and service to make a real-world impact. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our work and for supporting youth-led STEM initiatives in the City of Sammamish.
Thank you. So I'll let you guys take the rocket. Did you say how many feet it went up?
4,000.
It went 4,352 feet.
Okay. Okay. You can exclaim there. Ivers Ingströms.
Hey, greetings. My name is Ivers Ingströms. I moved here with my wife in 1986, before the city of Sammamish existed. And I'd like to offer just a brief historical perspective on what happened then and since then for those who have forgotten or never knew to begin with. This place was definitely laid back. 228th Avenue was a two-lane street. And over time, more and more people moved here, and it became the, I'm going to say, perception of the people that King County was rubber stamping one building permit after another. And because of that, there was a groundswell to create a city of Sammamish and to break free of King County and its rubber stamp. Because they were building and they were not improving the infrastructure, and the two have to go hand in hand. Anyway, I don't know what the purpose was, but shortly before the vote on incorporation into a city, the King County executive came here for a town hall meeting at one of the schools. I was there. And regardless of what he had to say or not say, I don't think most people bought it, because shortly thereafter we voted ourselves a city. And two important things happened. There was a building moratorium, which was greatly welcomed, and the city passed some bond measures and expanded the traffic system or the streets as much as it could, especially 228th Avenue, which was also very desirable. but that has changed. Now, as I understand it, we are being mandated by higher-ups that we have to accept more and more people here. And if that's the case, then your hands are tied. Nothing you can do about that. But what I wish to remind you is that this body is first and foremost elected or serving the people of the city of Sammamish. And therefore, your primary allegiance should not be to the people in the state that are telling you that you have to build more places, but to the people that already live here and pay taxes here and raise families here. So if we have to build more units and accept more people, so be it. I want to see at the same time, in parallel, an objective and comprehensive plan for how you're going to improve infrastructure to keep everything functioning for the rest of us. And I mean in particular transportation and the quality of water, both of which I believe have been degrading over the last few years. And I'm about 6 seconds away from being cut off. Thank you.
Thank you. No disruptive behavior, and you'll be asked to leave. Okay, next we have Matt Sandwick.
Good evening, council members, staff, and members of the community. My name is Matt Samwick, and I'm the CEO of Innovation Realty Partners. Innovation has been working in Sammamish for over a decade. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Our company is entrusted with helping bring this city's vision of the future to life, and we take that responsibility very seriously. To date, we've made significant investments to lay the foundation for that vision. A $5.2 million regional stormwater system is nearing completion, over $750,000 in sewer upgrades, and millions more in road infrastructure. I want to thank the council and staff for initiating a study to potentially add 2,000 units to the town center plan. That kind of forward-thinking leadership is exactly what Sammamish needs, because the truth is we are falling behind. Our population and prestige have grown, but housing supply has not kept pace. This study is a critical opportunity to change that and to ensure future growth reflects our values: inclusion, sustainability, and community. Now, 2,000 new homes might sound like a lot, but when considered over a 20-year planning period in a city of 67,000 people, it's a modest and responsible step. The town center spans 240 acres. The current size of 2,000 units yields a project density of just over 8 homes to the acre. That is not much different from the rest of the city. Increasing that to 16 to 17 homes per acre is similar to the design of the approved townhomes in Brownstones East. When the plan was first adopted in 2008, our region was not in the housing crisis we face today. The crisis has deepened, and so must our response. We see the cost of inaction all around us. Teachers, nurses, first responders, and even Sammamish's grown children can't afford to live here. Seniors lack downsizing options in the community they help build. To compound this, the city's budget has suffered greatly because of some ill-conceived actions by prior council members who actively worked to block the city's already approved town center plan. I understand that change can be uncomfortable, but this study is not a threat, it's a tool to plan wisely, preserve what we love, and fix what's not working. This is not about building towers or turning Sammamish into the look of a big city. It's about creating more choices, townhomes near transit, apartments in walkable areas, stronger local businesses, more city revenue, and neighborhoods where people can live closer to where they work, shop, and learn. We have a rare opportunity to shape the future of Sammamish intentionally. Please continue to lead with courage and clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Jillian Wallace.
Greetings. My name is Jillian Wallace, and I live on the Inglewood Platte community. Each and every stage of housing growth needs meticulous and logistical planning. Margaret Mead, the elementary school namesake of Inglewood community, says never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. I feel Inglewood, as well as many of our neighboring communities, have demonstrated that we care about our Sammamish. Moved here shortly after Sammamish became incorporated, all the way from Redmond, where I grew up. And I remembered thinking that freezing the housing development while the city figured out its logistics was brilliant. In addition to the growth planning, there needs to be logistical review of every aspect this touches. Besides the obvious traffic and pedestrian dangers, pollution, water supply, erosion, and everything else that all of my neighbors have mentioned, it's more about the meticulous planning that needs to happen at every stage of expansion and readdressed at every stage of expansion. Can school buildings safely hold the influx of students? We have 3 high schools that are right here. How full are they currently? What does the logistics of additional school traffic look like? Which leads me to evacuation routes and emergency broadcasting systems. We all saw how fun traffic was when Sahali was closed. Now add something to flee from that doesn't stop just because the Lake Road is backed up. In spite of being a destination location, let's not be another Hawaii fire, right? I fear that the city of Sammamish has not demonstrated the thought-out progressive skills needed to progress with the size of this expansion, but I do welcome our new neighbors with welcome arms. However, small, meticulously, and logistically organized expansions, please. Margaret Mead also once said, if we are to achieve a richer culture, rich in contrasting values, we must recognize the whole gambit of human potentialities, and so weave a less arbitrary social fabric, one in which every diverse gift will find a fitting place. We have a beautiful community, one we all chose to belong to. Please protect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan Gunno.
Hi, good evening. My name's Stan Gunno. I live at 22212 Northeast 12th Place in Sammamish, up in Inglewood Glen. And thanks, my fellow citizens, for showing up. I truly appreciate it. My biggest concern is not the 2,000 units that were planned, it's the increase to 4,000 units. And I know I've heard, oh, well, it'll be over a list of years and go on forever. No, it won't. Look at Redmond. Once that permitting process is, the doors open, do you think contractors are going to sit and wait when it's already costing them money for the last 10 years? That's part of my concern. The other part is you add 4,000 units, we don't have the infrastructure to support it. And I know everybody says, well, not everybody's going to have 2 or 3 cars. That's not true. You're going to have at least 1 car for every one of those, and you can't dump all of those on 228th. Well, we're going to put people in buses. Right now, Sammamish pays the majority of Metro over our sister cities. And look at the service we have. I live on the north end of the plateau. Am I going to take a bus to Met Market as a senior, walking a quarter of a mile down the hill, get my groceries, then catch a bus and go back to the other end when it decides to come and walk another quarter of a mile up the hill? It's not happening. And I know a bus isn't going to run up in the middle of Inglewood Glen, nor is the bus service going to cover the whole of Sammamish. And even with, Metro getting van services here, it's unreasonable. It's unrealistic. The biggest thing is we need responsible development. Back in 2008, I ran for council and I said, look, I'm all for the town center plan, but we need to make sure the infrastructure's in place to make it happen. I'm missing the green spine. I haven't seen it. and that was a planned thing that may not happen. The big water retention that's supposed to take place. I haven't seen it, and we're getting ready to build 4,000 units. It's going to be another Redmond, it's going to be another Kirkland, and we can't afford to have that in Sammamish right now without having the coverage that we need. Thank you for your time. Please take it into consideration.
Thank you. You know, you guys can, Paul Stickney.
Good evening, City Council, members of the audience. Paul Stickney, Sammamish. I've been working on something for years to alleviate the out of balance housing in Sammamish for ourselves, market rate housing. For those that have watched meetings, you've seen me. For those that haven't. So I'm going to jump into the deep end of the pool. There's a big difference between numbers and their effects. And I want to talk about, on a city-wide scale, adding 5,000 market rate units, primarily priced from 500 to $1.4 million, over and above the 2,100 affordable units in our comp plan. What would happen if the city had those 7,100 units built over a 20-year horizon? The city would net around $15 million a year, and there'd be approximately $185 million in one-time fees. For people that want to stay in the community as life happens over a cycle of life, for most of them, they'd have the opportunity to downsize, buy much cheaper, and save over $35,000 a year and stay here rather than move. It would produce about 5,000 houses in price ranges we don't have to alleviate a lot of imbalance in our community in the 500 to 1.4 range. It would also provide well over 1,000 affordable housing units from 60 to 80% AMI. I don't think it's going to be too easy to do 30% AMI, at least not tied to inclusionary zoning. And I know if you had tomatoes, you'd toss them at me now. But I will say this. Every 4 A, B, and C units, which is affordable and market rate under 1.4 million, yield traffic equal to 1 new detached single-family home. Same goes for student generation. It's a 4-to-1 ratio. And what does that mean? It means that 7,100 units is the equivalent of 1,800 large detached single-family homes. How does that compare? That's less than 1/3 of the detached large single-family homes that have been built in Sammamish since it incorporated in 1999. So we can meet 70% of our internal need, lots of upsides, and again, you can toss some rocks, but the 2007 EIS would allow a lot more residential capacity based on actual trip generation, PM peak trips, than it currently does, so it can be done without going beyond what it is planned for. So this is about us, not the region, to stay over time.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Karthik.
Dear council members, my name is Karthik Sitaraman. I live in 21324 Southeast 3rd Street. I've been in Sammamish for the last 13 years. My kids have gone to schools here. We've raised our family very, with joyous memories here. Today you have an important decision to make. You can guide the city staff to continue planning for an additional 2,000 units for a total of 4,000, or continue with the current plan. Before you decide on how to vote, I would urge you to all rededicate yourself to the residents who voted for you to be sitting in the seat. This decision is going to have a great impact on the city and the residents and their quality of life. I just wanted to pass some general comments on the trust between the city government, and the residents. Whenever we are faced with monumental decisions such as these, the trust between the decision makers and constituents are paramount. This council may be aware of the following issues that have eroded trust between the council, the government, and the residents. For example, the East Lake Little League losing their practice fields, Inglewood residents being surprised about their roads, and then recently we had the trees cut down in Sammamish Commons, and we just found out by accident. And these do not go very well in building trust. You have a difficult decision to make. You need to create affordable housing in the city, but at the same time, you got to make sure that the quality of life and the residents also kind of listen to them. So please focus on building the trust. And one aspect that I really wanted to convey is, given this is an election year, you may want to think if this vote is necessary for this council, or should it be punted to the next council? Or if you want to, given that like 800 people have commented on this SEIS, and about 710 have been against it, maybe see if you want to put it for a general vote. I think that would be more advisable, in my opinion, to build the trust between the council, the government, and the people. So my sole focus is that we need to build trust. We need to bring this community together. There's a lot of accusations back and forth. I know that there's misinformation going on. Things change all the time. But it is important that the government, the council, takes the lead in building that trust with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Chambers.
All right, so my name is Jack Chambers. I've been a Sammamish resident for 21 years, which is my entire life. And I'm here to talk about bikes and a bit about the town center and about the affordability. So first, I want to talk about bikes. The stuff that I handed all you guys is a link to a website that I made. I'm a CS major at UW-Bothell. That will show you a website of a map of every building in Sammamish, color-coded to tell you how long it takes to bike from there all the way to the town center. And then I ran some numbers on that kind of stuff. So 50% of residents, of all Sammamish residents, that's 30,000 people, can bike to the town center in 18 minutes. 90% of residents can get there in less than an hour, half an hour. And any resident of Sammamish can bike to the town center in 40 minutes or less. This is the kind of stuff that I really, really want us to be considering, because transportation is so important to all of us. I've heard you guys mention over and over and over again, like the congestion is getting crazy. I want to focus on this kind of stuff. So people are going to be biking to that town center. Like the high school members at East Lake, that's a 7-minute bike ride. People at Skyline, that's a 6-minute bike ride. Eastside Catholic is also a 6-minute bike ride. People are going to be coming here by bike. And right now, when I look at the town center, I see sharrows in our core streets at 35 miles an hour. And I can't. Have any of you guys ever biked in a sharrow at 35 miles an hour?
Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, sure. Please? So sorry. Have any of you guys ever biked at 35 miles an hour in a sharrow? It's not fun. If you don't know, it's kind of hard to bike 35 miles an hour. You top out at about like 15, unless you're going down a hill, which is like 90 until you crash, and then it's 0. So I think we really need to be focusing on this Sonic bike stuff. So I highly recommend you to look at the URL lesson. My next step is the town center. So 3 days ago, I made a post on Nextdoor Trossix, or Nextdoor Sammamish, basically, about the town center. I wanted to get some, sorry about that. I wanted to get some more opinions on what people think about it. And people had some really, really strong opinions about the whole thing. And I got a lot of negativity. I'll read off a couple. I was deemed immature, selfish, entitled. People said I was antagonizing, lacked seasoned judgment. They belittled me and my family members, calling me kiddo and honey. And I had 3 people call me AI. I'm not AI. I'm sorry, guys. But one comment stood out above all the other ones, which was, you want to cause excessive congestion, destroy wildlife habitat, increase pollution, strain school enrollments, and increase the cost of living here so you can hang out with your friends and ride your bike. I don't want to do that. I want to explain to you guys why I don't want to do that, but I only have 10 seconds left, so I've got to go quick. If you care about affordability and you're worried about those $800,000 condos, you want this town center because it'll decrease the cost of living. If you care about the environment, you want to give people chances to live in Sammamish other than single-family homes. And if you care about pollution, you want people to take local trips. So, thank you. That's all the time I have.
Thank you. I think it's Jake, but I'm not sure. I think so. Vardex? Jake? Well, really sorry, I cannot read this. It's about high rises, and it looks like Vardex. Anybody? Going once? Quick. Nobody? Okay.
All right, my name is Jake Vandell. This is my mom, and I'm gonna be speaking for Stephanie Rudat. And her name is, sorry, not her name. She lives at 2120 Sahali Drive East, 98074. And she is required to manage a family health crisis, so I'm gonna be speaking on her behalf. And she lives right there, and so yeah. Members of the council, I am submitting a public comment today to formally oppose the proposed expansion of the Sammamish Town Center and to raise concerns regarding the legal and ethical obligations of the city. In January 2023, the city-funded evacuation survey clearly identified numerous threats to public safety, including risks associated with wildfire, seismic activity, and inadequate evacuation infrastructure. To date, those findings have not been meaningfully addressed. And shortly after, City Manager McCall unilaterally canceled a tsunami impact study for Lake Sammamish, despite the fact that already had received submission approval from EMPG and had joint funding. That study would have examined the bathtub effect of an earthquake on the lake and provided critical data to inform emergency preparedness and evacuation planning. This lack of follow-through constitutes a failure to act on known and documented risks under both Washington state and widely recognized standards of municipal governance. Cities have a duty of care to protect the public and safety of people. When elected officials and staff are aware of hazards and choose to disregard expert recommendations or suppress research designed to mitigate those hazards, they expose the city to potential liability in the event of harm. Expanding the town center by increasing height and density without first establishing and implementing comprehensive mitigation strategies for existing vulnerabilities demonstrates a pattern of prioritizing growth over public safety. This is not only irresponsible, but it may be legally indefensible should an emergency event result in an injury, loss of life, or preventable damage. Let the record reflect that this expansion is being advanced despite known and unresolved safety concerns. Should future alarm arise from the city's failure to act on 2023 evacuation survey or the canceled tsunami study, the public record will show that those decisions were made without the full awareness of the risks involved. I urge the council to halt further expansion efforts until all outside and safety threats have been addressed without the seriousness and legal responsibility they demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Sorry I couldn't read your name. Mary Wichter.
Good evening, Council, and everyone in the room and listening online. An hour later, my name's Mary Wichter. I've lived in Sammamish 25 years. I've been publicly active in speaking over the last 10 years, and I also attend water district meetings. And I will tell you that if you haven't been listening to meetings in the last year, Sammamish has 85% large single-family homes and 15% other types of dwellings. And because of that, we're having a structural financial imbalance that really can't be fixed. It doesn't have anything to do with who's running the city or staff or the council. Basically, large single-family homes don't pay for themselves. And when King County was growing, I remember when they built the Aquatic Center, which is where the YMCA is, there was $34 million in available cash, and we were able to build that very fine facility because when you have growth, you have impact fees and money to do some things. And I did some numbers. You heard Paul Stickney talk about a 4-to-1 ratio. A large single-family home costs more in transit and schools, and it's because a large single-family home is 3 to 5 bedrooms. It's got a 3-car garage. It takes up a lot more space and will cut down more trees. When you have stacked units, it's less. So I tried to do the math, and this is very simplified math. We'll call it oversimplified. So the current town center, which was 2007, it said you can have 2,000 units, and there was an EIS for that. So that's called the no action alternative. And just assuming that we could have 10% of the houses built as affordable homes, that would give you 200 affordable homes for 2,000 units. And then that leaves 90%, which is 1,800 for large single-family homes. And you're like, hey, that's cool. That's what we like. Well, that's also what's breaking the city. And if you really look at the traffic and the student generation, it ends up costing 4 times the amount of homes. So if you take 1,800 and you multiply it times 4, you end up with 7,200. You add the 200 affordable homes to that, you're talking 7,400 homes is what the impact of 1,800 large single-family homes gives you, and you only get 200 units affordable. So if you look at 4,000, 10% is 400, so you get double, 3,600. And then if you have different, diverse, smaller housing, it only costs 1/4. So that ends up being 900 plus 400. So having 4,000 homes in the action alternative, it only costs you really 1,300 unless you have bigger homes. And then you've heard it talked that we should do 4,000 plus 5,000 citywide housing because we don't have the housing types. That ends up giving you 900 affordable homes, which is 43% of your 2,100 goal. That's 8,100 homes. Those will have less than half the impact of a large single-family home, so you're down at 4,900 homes. So the type of housing matters. Thank you.
Trying to figure out. Celia Wu.
Okay. Let me just position this somewhere I can read it. Great. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, council members, city manager, and city attorney. I'm Celia Wu. I am the writer behind Sammamish Local News. I just published an article today entitled, Let's Talk Facts. The article provides researched answers to these direct questions residents have been asking but can't seem to get straight answers to. They are, number 1, is there any mandate from King County or Washington State to add additional housing units beyond the 2,100 that are in the Sammamish Comprehensive Plan? Question 2. Will building in the town center limit building in other parts of Sammamish? Question 3, Why do the 2,000 or 4,000 apartments have to be built in the town center? Why not at the outskirts of the city with easier access to highways? And question 4, the SEIS says growth should happen around transit centers. Is a transit center in the town center confirmed? Now, these questions were all garnered from social media posts, but residents gather and ask these questions, and so that's where I got them from. And I wrote this article. So I hope the Sammamish community will find this article, which has been completely fact-checked, useful. I adhere to the Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics, and I'm always willing to make corrections to anything I've misstated. Next, I'd like to read the closing paragraphs from an article I wrote in April. Tale of Three Cities: How Snoqualmie and Carnation lowered their housing growth targets while Sammamish's targets may double. Here are the paragraphs. Council members in all three cities are balancing the pursuit of growth with the safety, infrastructure, environmental protection, and quality of life demands of their residents. There is no going back in time. There is no undoing of the council's votes once trees are clear-cut and ground is broken. My role as a journalist is to scrutinize the actions of the Sammamish City Council. It is the residents who must hold them accountable. What we learned from Snoqualmie and Carnation is that it took political will and community engagement to work together rather than at odds to achieve the best outcomes for their city. So that's the end. So I hope we can learn from our neighboring cities and on how their mayor and councils listened to the concerns of their residents rather than dismissing them. And lastly, I do have cards with QR codes that you can scan and be a subscriber of Sammamish Local News. If you would like one, please see me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aaron Loncheri.
Mayor Held, that is 45 minutes in, but we only have 2 online commenters.
I'll keep going for a bit longer. But thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for that update.
Good evening. My name is Erin Longchari, and I work at the Garage Teen Cafe in Issaquah. As many of you know, we've been trying to find a second home for a Sammamish teen center here for a number of years. And I've also spent the last decade providing direct social services to youth and families in Sammamish and Issaquah and surrounding communities. So first, I want to thank the council and the city staff for all their time, energy, and effort in facilitating all of the public discourse and ensuring that all voices are heard around the town center project. I'm here to urge you to move forward tonight with the action alternative to fully study the impacts and opportunities of expanding housing options in the town center. Housing diversity is essential to a thriving, connected city. A truly inclusive Sammamish needs homes that are available to all, that work for seniors downsizing, for young adults just starting out on their careers, and for families across all income levels. And it needs welcoming, intergenerational gathering spaces for people to connect and foster a sense of belonging, no more important than for the over 5,000 teens within close proximity of the town center. This can be more than a development project. With thoughtful design and measured growth over time, the town center can become a vibrant community hub, one that reflects the values of Sammamish: diversity, inclusivity, and community well-being. I hope the council will continue to lead with vision, equity, and action. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Pendleton.
Hello, Sammamish. I'm Brad Pendleton, been living in Sammamish since 2003. I urge the council to vote the no action alternative, and here's some reasons why. The plan creates a new neighborhood at the expense of the rest of Sammamish. The town center is being designed as a self-contained district with limited parking and walkability prioritized over accessibility. The plan effectively discourages residents from other parts of Sammamish from visiting unless they live within walking distance. Retail and dining options will likely be small scale and convenience focused. The plan emphasizes activated retail and pop-up shops, but if visitors must walk 5 minutes from a parking structure to reach them, they cease to be truly convenient. This undermines the idea of a town center as a regional destination. The benefits outlined in the action plan are concentrated within the new neighborhood at the steep cost to all of Sammamish. While the plan promises civic spaces and amenities, these are geographically and functionally centered in the town center core. Meanwhile, the rest of Sammamish will bear the cost through increased traffic, infrastructure strain, and potential tax burdens. The plan claims to improve the housing density and affordability, but Sammamish already meets the 80% AMI goal. The city's own plan, land capacity analysis shows this. We are not Issaquah, we are not Redmond. Our geography, infrastructure, and community character are different, and we shouldn't force our urban models that don't fit. The plan cites noncompliance with the recent state mandates, but those mandates were adopted after the original plan. It's unclear what legal consequences exist for not updating to it. I ask the council to clarify what are the actual risks of maintaining the no action plan, or read that article it was just talked about. The evacuation claims are deeply concerning. The 2022 evaluation states that 100% of residents can evacuate in 4 hours and 40 minutes, and the action plan considers that problem solved. But this estimate assumes ideal conditions, no road blockages, full vehicle access, no pedestrian evacuees, no accommodation for density growth, like an additional 2,000 homes. The Lahaina fire consumed the entire town in hours. If this plan glosses over such critical safety details, what else has been overlooked? Who benefits from this plan? Future town center residents and the developer. Who pays for it? Us. I urge you to vote the no action alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy McComber.
My name is Amy McComber. I've lived here since 1994. We built a home here. When we built our home, there were 3 houses on our street, and now it's full. But we live in the Tamarack Division, just off of Thompson Road, and there has you know that there's a project going on there, and so basically. There's a one-way road going on there, and it is very problematic for us coming in and out of there. And there is, I brought this to your attention in an email. You can also refer to that. But the citizens, I believe, and then there are some council members that believe that maybe the city was involved in this, but there is another way to access our neighborhood from the backside, which we have driven on many years. But then when 4 houses were built, they closed it off just for a short time because they were bringing in lots of, big trucks and machinery and digging holes and things. And now that has now ceased, and the citizens like having the blockage there. So they have taken upon themselves to install blockages there that don't allow emergency vehicles. They've actually put up fencing that has surrounded a fire hydrant. All of these things, you talk about public safety and you talk about evacuation routes. This is absolutely insane. I mean, they can't even access their home unless they go past mine in some cases. So what if I decided to put a blockage there? What if I decided to put a toll there? I mean, just because they live there doesn't give them the right to take something that has been platted since way before they were in this city and take it upon themselves to put up a blockage. So I would like you to really look at that and realize that in my personal situation, I have an autistic son, and he's 31 years old, 24/7 watch, really challenging. Today was no exception. I had to book him home as quick as I could, and going through an entire subdivision to try to get there, and then have 3 different people wait to move their signs. They're trying their best to keep us happy. I bring them donuts. I tell them thank you. But it is wrong for these people to block that off. So please address this issue because it is wrong to do that.
Thank you. Heather Murphy Rains. Oops, I skipped. Should have gone back to this one. Shoot.
Okay, Heather Murphy Rains, proud 20-year resident, and no, I won't move. I won't just move. Councilmember Stewart, like the 92% who rejected this plan in your own jot form survey, and the 2,100, almost 2,200 signatures today on our petition, I'm here to stay and fight for our city's future. I speak as a member of Save Our Sammamish, a grassroots bipartisan coalition of Democrats, Republicans, independents, progressives, parents, seniors, and neighbors united against an unnecessary upzone disguised. Let's be clear, there is no mandate, none from King County or the state, to increase town center housing from 2K to 4K. The 2,100 unit target is already met. This isn't about compliance, but developer profit. And you're asking us to sacrifice environmental integrity, public safety, and financial stability for a speculative feasibility model. Environmentally, this project drains into Lake Sammamish, home to the culturally significant and threatened kokanee salmon. Dr. Wally Pereira has warned us this is the wrong location. And last week, your developer cut down century-old evergreens in Lower Commons Park, our public land, for convenience, and the foreman yesterday tried to shoo us away off of public land. Like East Lake Little League lost their fields, like the Inglewood residents maintaining their own roads, like the bomb cyclone when we were left to fend for ourselves, trust has been broken. Our safety, the city's 2019 hazard mitigation plan, shows fewer evacuation routes per household and 1.7 times the risk than the devastating Paradise, California tragedy. Where is the updated wildfire risk assessment? Where is the evacuation modeling in the SEIS? Why is the emergency planning director position vacant, delegated to administrative director? Financially, this triggers millions in infrastructure. We've already paid $10 million in incentive partnering with the developer. We're in the red. Who will pay? Fixed income seniors, already struggling families, and in turn, we get vague, but no promises, statements of unsubstantiated transit and retail. You haven't modeled the risk in your SEIS, and you're building without confirmed transit infrastructure. You're betting our city on a fantasy. And Mayor Howe, you were right in your Como interview. This is a pinch point, and now you're putting us in the pinch. Our community didn't ask for this. We asked for civic amenities. I was there 2008. We asked for civic amenities and retail, not double the housing cap and not 8 to 10-story towers. Stick to the plan. Don't capitulate to developers. And the claim that transit's coming is a fantasy. Tonight, I urge you, do not allow 4K. Keep the 2,000 unit cap, restore trust, protect our trees, wildlife, and children. Don't bury our city in traffic, regressive taxes, and concrete just to benefit a few. Let us vote.
You know, that does not create a welcoming environment. I need you guys to... Paula Christensen. Sorry, Paula.
Greetings. It's nice to see you, Council. My name is Paula Harper Christensen, Sammamish resident for 38 years. May I express my appreciation to those who hold deep passion for their perspective. Whether their top concerns are trees, wildlife, or the quality of our schools, I listened and I learned more about my neighbors. There is a housing crisis all over America. 4.7 million homes are needed. 2/3 of home buyers are first-time home buyers, and many are also first-generation home buyers. Washington is crying out for housing of all types, Sammamish, we cannot kick the can down the road any longer. As a city, we can't afford it. We can't afford to keep delay. I support the action alternative because the total units will be built over time in conjunction with the professional guidance of engineers, architects, builders, sustainable and infrastructure specialists, and environmentalists. We need to create space for affordable living for the professionals and the essential workers who come to our city and schools to work. I'm a child development specialist, a retired teacher, retired educator, and I have worked with many teachers. One teacher I know now works locally and drives from Ellensburg every day to teach. Another I know drives from Clay Elum to teach in this area. Both would love to move closer, but they do not earn enough to buy a home in Sammamish. Another teacher I know rents locally in a friend's garage that was converted, and that worked well as a single person space, but now she has a family. She would love to be able to buy a home. It's unrealistic to expect our dedicated teachers to drive 2 to 4 hours a day to work in our schools, especially considering safety concerns of them and the other essential employees who serve our city. I know emotions are raw tonight, and I truly wish everyone well. Thank you.
Thank you. Bo Rains, and I'm only going to take a couple more people off this list before we go to online.
Council members, hi. I'm Bo Rains, Sammamish resident for 20 years. You've heard me speak before. You've heard my fellow Save Our Sammamish members speak. You've now heard the residents speak through the public comment on the JOT form, where over 90% urged you to take no action. You've listened to the residents when you were considering 150-foot high buildings and ramped back to 85-foot. Do the same thing now and listen to the people you represent. The already approved 2,000 units meets the GMA mandate. This isn't about right or left. This is about right or wrong. Do you represent us or the developer and the regional interests, right? Choose the no action option. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Christensen.
Good evening, Council. My name is Steve Christensen, a Sammamish resident for over 38 years. I'm here tonight in support of the Town Center Action Alternative proposal. I've read the draft SCIS, reviewed comments on this evening's agenda, and would like to offer a few comments of my own. I pointed out 2 weeks ago in public comment that Table 10 in the traffic chamber chapter of the draft SCIS showed a differential between two alternatives of only a few seconds increase in delay on average during the worst case situation at the 52 studied intersections. The table represents a study with information that has a provenance rather than an opinion, which is anecdotal at best. Page 1041 of your agenda package also offers an intersection delay comparison specific to the town center. It shows similar results to Table 10. The two options really boil down to a plan to make town center come true, or, as comments in the draft SCIS point out, will stall the development possibly into the next century. See comments on page 18, 36, and 40, where this projection is made. The viewfoils from the community development on pages 1045 to 1048 in your agenda package address comments. They speak to traffic, housing density, infrastructure, school capacity, environmental impact, and emergency services. These comments are by professionals with experience in the above areas of interest. I suggest you have confidence in their objectivity and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I get a time check, please?
It's been an hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to do 2 more in the room, then we're going to go to online. Okay, so cut me off if I back off on that. Wally Perea, please. I'm going to finish with this guy.
Good evening, Council. Thank you much for allowing me to say a few words. I'm probably going to start sounding like a broken record. My name is Wally Pereira. I've resided on Ebright Creek on the west side of the plateau for more than 50 years. I'm a certified fisheries biologist and a founding member of the Kokanee Working Group, which is a collaborative involving all of the fishery organizations in the state and the Snoqualmie tribe, and dedicated to rescuing our iconic Lake Sammamish kokanee salmon, the so-called little red fish, from extinction. Ebright Creek is one of the most important spawning streams for kokanee salmon, and much of the town center development is in the Ebright Creek watershed. For that reason, I have been particularly concerned about the impact of runoff from the town center development into Ebright Creek. And my concern is heightened as I have witnessed over the years increasing runoff flowing into Ebright, despite developments being required to meet the King County and Sammamish stormwater management regulations. Ebright Creek flows through a wetland waterway under 212th, just south of Ebright Park, and I'm sure you've all driven over that section. Changes in the character of that waterway over the years highlights my concerns about runoff impacts from town center development. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, when the plateau began to be developed, this large wetland complex would fill up periodically and close 212th to traffic. At that time, King County resolved the problem quite simply by just raising the roadbed. But as development has continued, that correction hasn't stood, and runoff has increased such that this large wetland no longer functions as a wetland, but has become more like a large detention pond. It floods in the winter and becomes dry during the summer. If you'll notice, going over it, that all the trees have died. And in my mind, that's a standing testimonial, no pun intended, a standing testimonial that development impacts have increased over the years, despite county and city promises to the contrary. The egregious proposed expansion of the town center development will only increase associated runoff, resulting in major impacts to Ebright Creek, the Ebright Canyon, my property, and our kokanee salmon. There very well could be a major impact to the parkway itself, as happened in the 1980s from the flooding of George Davis Creek. To alleviate my concerns, I would ask the council put a hold on any further expansion or development of town center and require the preparation of a full EIS, including a complete analysis of runoff and traffic impacts to our city and the citizens of Sammamish. Thank you very much.
The last person that will be commenting in the room will be Cole Wright.
Good evening, Sammamish Council members, Sammamish residents. Thank you for affording me this opportunity to talk. I'm here tonight representing my family company, R.D. Merrill Company. I'm a partner with Matt Samwick in the town center. Our company is a parent company of Pillar Properties that does multifamily apartments and Merrill Gardens that does assisted living. And I realize that I have a bias, but I like to think that that doesn't make it any less accurate. I would think that our kind of company is the kind of company that you would want to partner with in a town center. And why is that? Well, one, it's a generational company in the Seattle area. I'm from Seattle, not from Sammamish. And we've been there my family's been there for going on 5 generations. And the most important reason is that our company invests for the long term in our projects. All the projects that we've developed, we've held for decades. That means that we care deeply about the ongoing success of those projects, the ongoing vibrancy of the neighborhoods, the ongoing viability of the retail, and the experience for the seniors that live there. And so for this, for tonight, I would like to urge at least a consideration of the expanded plan for more density. And the reason for that is looking at our existing portfolio of properties. If you look around at the different Merrill Gardens around the country and the different pillar properties, you'll see one trend in common, which is that seniors and their families like to live in walkable neighborhoods, like to live in vibrant neighborhoods, and like to experience that kind of atmosphere and life for the end of their lives. Density, we believe, makes that possible. There are town center projects that you can look at of ours throughout the state of Washington. There's one in Kirkland, there's one in the University Village, there's one in Auburn, there's one in Burien. There are others around the country. Those properties function the way they do. The seniors live the lives that they do because the retail around them is activated, because the streets are lively, because the restaurants are well attended, and because the overall balance of the community works. I don't pretend to speak for your concerns on traffic and environmental concerns, but my focus is more narrow, so I will limit my comments to that. But I would urge the council and the citizens to at least consider greater density and the benefits to the future project that will be part of your community. Thank you very much.
We'll move to online.
Per our reasonable accommodation, those who have pre-registered by 5 o'clock today, please raise your hand if you wish to provide comment. Curtis?
Good evening, Council. Curtis Betzler, Sammamish resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am fully in support of a plan to expand the town center. It is long overdue and time to move forward. I've been an educator for 34 years, 18 in this community. Did you know the 24-25 starting salary for a teacher in Lake Washington or Issaquah School District was less than $75,000? And that's if they meet all the extra incentives, extra days, and you include the retain and attract incentive to teach in the district. Yes, the districts pay a retain and attract incentive to teach here. Why? It's very expensive. Where can a new or younger teacher buy or even rent a place on that income in Sammamish, let alone raise a family? The answer is nowhere. I moved into Sammamish 13 years ago. I was fortunate enough to build a 1,495 square foot Rambler at cost, not the 15,000 square foot that I actually misspoke about earlier. This was due to the kindness of a family member who was a contractor, or I would never have been able to afford to live here otherwise. And I was already 50 years old. Now, I am very fortunate, and I know that. My home isn't a $1.5 million, $2 million, $3 million, or even more expensive home that many in Sammamish are fortunate enough to live in. But my home is great for me, and I'm very thankful. But there are no similar units being built in Sammamish at this time. There seems to be this view from many who are against growth that the people who move into smaller, diverse, or more affordable housing will be a detriment in our wonderful community. We can work here but not live here. Why do they want to keep people like me and many of my former colleagues out of Sammamish? I am not sure. These people do not make our community unsafe. On the contrary, they contribute to the safety and well-being of our whole community, as do the employees at our supermarkets, gas station attendants, restaurant workers, and many others who do not make the median income in Sammamish. We are not a problem. Everyone can share in the beauty of Sammamish if we are welcoming and open to a diverse community. What an opportunity to create a town center and city that reflects the whole population. An expanded town center will offer more units available in a variety of price ranges not currently found in Sammamish. It won't solve the problem, but we need to start sometime, and that time is now. How nice would it be for a younger teacher to reside in the community they teach in, or an elderly retired resident who no longer wants to maintain a yard, to have shops, restaurants, and other businesses available out their front door. I urge you to consider the expansion for the greater good of all in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now promoting the second commenter.
Hello, my name is Jan Bird, and I'm a resident here in Sammamish. One thing I was rather disappointed was to see that perfectly healthy conifer tree come down in the Lower Commons Park to make way for the Brownstone Town Center stormwater conveyance. And obviously I'm happy that you're addressing stormwater, but I just wonder, wasn't there any other place that that could be put? But to let other people know, those of us that are volunteers in the native plant garden next to where this tree came down, we were notified by city staff on July 7th that's what's happening. And they also were taking pictures, so in case there was any damage to the native plant garden, we'd be able to get replacement. So we appreciate that. We appreciate the city staff that we work with. But I just wonder, are there any more surprises happening in the Lower Commons Park to finish off this project? One of our big concerns is the existing rain gardens next to the parking lot, and we're hoping that they're not going to be damaged in the process of finishing the development. Number two, I'd like someone to confirm with me who is the home developer for Brownstone. When I look at the webpage, it says Tureen Homes, but the sign for 45 homes on the property says Taylor Morrison. Now, if it is Taylor Morrison, they've been working with the National Wildlife Federation to build their common areas and green spaces to meet the National Wildlife Federation's certification standards as a wildlife habitat. So this would be a big positive. So I'm hoping that David Powell can get back in touch with me and assign somebody to answer my question about what else is happening in the Lower Commons Park, as well as is Taylor Morrison the developer for the Brownstone development. On another topic, I'd like to thank you for writing a letter to Homeland Security defending the Sammamish residents that are now in detention to their right to due process with our immigration system. So thank you for that. And finally, my comment on the draft EIS, other people have commented, I'm not going to go into detail. My concern would be evacuation off the plateau, just because of our geography. I think we'll always be a spoke, but I'm not sure we're ever going to be able to be a hub. We have so many two-lane twisty roads to get off the plateau. That would be my major concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Now, as we mentioned earlier, we will pick up public comment if you choose to stay before council reports later this evening. So for now, we are going into executive session to discuss pending litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.11 paren 1 paren I. Thank you. We will be out for 15 minutes, and council is not expected to take action.
Returning at 8:08.
Thank you.
Gotta unmute us.
Recording in progress.
The executive session has been extended to 8:13 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. We're now going to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been first and seconded. All those in favor of approving the consent calendar as is, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right. So on to presentations and proclamations. We have first National Night Out, which is August 5th.
Got you.
Councilmember Clark.
Proclamation, National Night Out, August 5th, 2025. Whereas National Night Out is an annual community building campaign that promotes strong police, community partnerships, and neighborhood camaraderie to make our neighborhoods safer, more caring places to live. And the city of Sammamish is proud to be recognized as a safe city in the state of Washington, a distinction that reflects the dedication of our residents, the effectiveness of our community programs, and the outstanding work of our Sammamish Police Department. And National Night Out provides an opportunity for neighbors to get to know one another, promote awareness, safety, and unity while sending a clear message that our community is organized and committed to preventing crime. And this annual event also allows residents to engage directly with law enforcement, city officials, and first responders, helping to build lasting relationships rooted in mutual respect and trust. And the city of Sammamish encourages all neighborhoods to participate in the National Night Out and join the thousands of communities across the nation in strengthening the ties that make our city safer, more welcoming, and more resilient. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Karen Howe does hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 5th, 2025 as National Night Out in Sammamish, encourages all residents to participate in this important evening of community celebration and connection.
Thank you very much. And now we'll have a presentation, and I believe it's a police update on e-bikes with Sergeant Derek Jones.
Hi, good evening. Sergeant Lisa Ford, currently acting as the police chief. This is Sergeant Derek Jones. He's the sergeant for the Sammamish Traffic Unit. We're here to address concerns regarding e-bicycles and e-motorcycles in the city. He's provided an overview of PowerPoint, and he will have the opportunity to answer questions that aren't answered. Hopefully they will be answered on the PowerPoint. I know we've had an influx of concerns online, over the phone, in person, so it'll be good to get this topic addressed.
Thank you, Sergeant Ford. Good evening. As she introduced me, I supervise the traffic unit, among other things, and we've been quite busy recently with e-bikes, or as we're going to talk about them, e-motorcycles. So we'll move into it. One of our main problems with these is terminology. We have a language problem. Anything that remotely resembles a bicycle, if it's clearly not a motorcycle, seems to be referred to as an e-bike. To define the problem, we need to talk about it in the proper terms. E-bikes, to be upfront and quite clear, are not our issue. We are not having problems with e-bikes. We're not having complaints from e-bikes. By definition, e-bikes, and there are a couple different classes. We can get into the weeds on this, but in general, they're just that. They're bicycles with small electric helper motors. 750 watts is the maximum allowable engine output for an e-bike. Speeds are 20 miles an hour or 28 if you're on a class 3. They're not permitted on trails, but generally they follow the laws of the rest of our bicycling community. Again, this is a non-issue for us, but unfortunately, this is the term that's been applied to the modes of transportation that we are having problems with. Those modes are better described as e-motorcycles. There's a dictionary or a statute definition of a motorcycle. These simply don't fit into any other category, so they revert back to being referred to and classified as a motorcycle. They're not typically street legal. They're not licensable because they lack most of the required safety features, headlights and taillights and horns and mirrors, things like that. So we have well-intentioned parents, and it's certainly not limited to kids, but as we'll talk about, that's generally our issue, who are just unaware largely of how these are classified and what the requirements around them are. the majority of our complaints and almost the entirety of our contact in reckless driving, in speeding, in disregarding traffic signs, everything we hear about is centered around this category, this classification of e-motorcycle. I mentioned earlier that e-bikes are limited to 750 watts. Most of the e-motorcycles we're contacting are in excess of 2,000 watts. Many of them are 5, 6, 7, 8,000 watts of motor output. These are propelled to speeds of 50 miles an hour or more without really any effort. They're marketed as off-road vehicles, but clearly that's not where they're being ridden. We have some other devices that are similar that are in the space but are also not relevant. Mopeds are limited to 30 miles an hour. We have motorized foot scooters, other things that compete generally in there, but for our conversation today are also not relevant. They're not creating problems for us like the e-motorcycles are. So what does our enforcement environment look like? We take our authority both from statute at the state level, at the city municipal code level, and at the county Sheriff's Office policy level, since we're a contract of the King County Sheriff's Office. We've got kind of two categories: adult violators, and I'll lump everybody in as a violator. That's not my intent to suggest that everyone riding these is doing so in violation of the law. But for our purposes here tonight, adult violators and youth violators who are 16 and above are largely handled like any other traffic violation, right? We write them an infraction, it's sent to the King County District Court, and they proceed through the court process. Where it gets sticky, and unfortunately where most of our problem lies, is for youth violators who are under the age of 16. As a matter of policy, we're unable to write them traffic tickets. The Juvenile Division of the County Prosecutor's Office does not proceed with traffic infractions for children under the age of 16. There's some background on that, but it relates to resources and investment in time relative to positive output and outcomes. So that's not an option for us. There is a diversion program that they're open to for the extreme cases, but that's seemingly a bit heavy-handed and unreasonable for every contact we make out there. But it is an option for us for the most severe cases. The direction we've chosen to take is largely relying on education. Conversations both with the violator and with their parents. We document these contacts. We've started doing that both to identify trends, where we're seeing these, when we're seeing these, but also to document conversations that we're having so that repeated violations can be addressed more effectively. For example, we can potentially cite parents for allowing an unauthorized minor to drive if we're having repeated conversations with the same behavior. We've not yet done that, I'll point out, but it is an option on the table. It's unfortunately one of the limited options strictly in the enforcement environment. I know Issaquah mentioned impounds in their video that they put out that I know several council members have seen and members of the public. Again, we're beholden to County Sheriff's Office policy. There's no law that mandates these be impounded if they're driven in this circumstance. It's a discretionary impound, and the deputies are required to provide or consider reasonable alternatives. And for an e-bike, something that takes up no space, there's almost always a reasonable alternative to towing, putting it on a tow truck and taking it away. We have an explicit prohibition on impounding for safekeeping, so even bringing one back to the police department pending parent pickup is not a viable option for us given our current environment. So with that black cloud kind of hanging over us and lack of options, where do we go? What are our meaningful strategies to improve our situation? And we've got a few of them. Like any other law, right, we're going to rely overwhelmingly on voluntary compliance. There are far more of you folks than there are of us to go out and interact with on a daily basis. So we rely on the community to kind of police itself and generally do what's right at the parent level, at the rider level, and everywhere in between. When we have the opportunity to stop these riders, be they adults or kids, we engage in a meaningful two-way discussion to provide that context, because awareness of the rules around these is our biggest obstacle. We get the parents on the phone right there. If the kid doesn't have a phone with them, that's a phone call that we make. So all three of us are on the same sheet of music going forward, and it takes the I didn't know argument out of the room for the next time, if there is a next time. We're going to continue to leverage our electronic communications. We encourage residents who see violations occurring in the past to come and report it via the My Sammamish app or the web portal. This again helps us kind of develop trends so we can better enforce or better target our enforcement resources. We're utilizing social media again. I've got another slide on that in just a moment. And we've just in the last week revamped the e-bike and e-motorcycle page on the Sammamish Police website. It's far more robust now. It provides a much more comprehensive look at the regulatory environment and some resources, particularly for parents whose kids are asking for these or looking to ride these. The part that I'm most excited about, though, is a potential partnership with the school district. I reached out in the last couple of weeks to every principal of middle school and high school, public, Lake Washington and Issaquah, in the city, asking for them to partner with us to push out information in their early school year parent communication. When parents are most likely to look at that because they're concerned about what class their kids are in or what activities are going, if we can get something in front of them about this, I think we have the best chance of reaching a wider audience. It's summertime, principals aren't checking their emails, or so I'm assuming, because I've received only a few responses, but the responses that I've gotten have been positive, and I'm optimistic that we do have a productive relationship brewing there. Some of you may remember our Traffic Tip Tuesday videos. Those have been on a bit of a hiatus, but they're back. We put the finishing touches on the one on electric motorcycles last week. And if it's not yet up on the Facebook page, it'll be there tomorrow. So that's how we're approaching this, largely because those are the options that are available to us, and I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Council. Questions? Councilmember O'Farrell.
Good evening, and thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for doing this. It's definitely something I'm hearing from the community at large. We're all kind of concerned about this issue, and I'm really glad to hear, because that was part of one of my questions was about reaching out to the schools. I also wonder about reaching out to the PTSAs also, because you're going directly to parents that way too, that might be another way to maybe attend one of their meetings and maybe make the similar presentation as well. I think that might be an option as well. And then I also was thinking about our national night out, might be another opportunity for us to speak to the community about the bikes. I think like the greater issue as well is that we're seeing a lot of, for want of a better term, I should say, e-bikes. Do we know like where on the road these bikes are supposed to be? Should they be in the road? Should they be on the sidewalk? That's something that even personally, when you're out for walks, the next thing, this bike comes whooshing right by from behind, and it's quite scary. And they don't, anyway, they take up a lot of room on the sidewalk. So is there a direction as to where on the road they should be?
That's one of the challenges with this program. To answer your question directly, yes, there absolutely is, and that's usually one of the central points of the conversations that we have. These are marketed as off-road only vehicles. As I think I mentioned that in the presentation, there is no legal space for these on the roadways, on the sidewalks, in parks, on our trails. They are essentially prohibited in the public space. The only opportunity is through the off-road vehicle decal program on lands designated for ORV use. But even then, there are requirements for equipment, much of which is the same equipment that is required to make a vehicle road legal. So that's the big deflating balloon when we have the conversation with parents largely is there are not many places where these are legal because of the power output and because of the lack of basic safety features that the manufacturers have chosen to equip these with. They fall in, by default, to the motorcycle category. They exclude themselves from other categories which have a place in public transportation infrastructure. These do not, as it is now. So barring some change either in the legal environment or on the manufacturer's side, it's essentially a strict prohibition. And that's not the answer that many people want to hear after they've spent several $1,000s on these things.
Right, because these electric motorcycles, as it were, they're only supposed to be used off-road. They're never supposed to be on a public highway.
Correct. Since they're classified as motorcycles, they would require a license plate, a 16-year-old operator with a license or motorcycle endorsement, essentially all the same, a DOT-approved helmet, everything that you would need to ride any other type of motorcycle on the public street.
Got it, okay. And I just think also in that kind of public outreach, even though I know we were focused on those electric motorcycles, those off-road vehicles, I think this whole surge in electric vehicles, bicycles that we're seeing on the road, I think it is worth even pointing out as we talk to the schools about even if it's just a regular e-bike that you're riding or an e-scooter that you're riding, you still need your helmet. You probably should have a light on it, and you should be aware and courteous to pedestrians as you're weaving in and out of them. I think that's worth reiterating that, because I'm not sure if, I think when you're on an e-bike, like as we call like a regular e-bike, you become kind of unaware of the pedestrians around you. And I think that really needs to be reiterated, especially to young riders, that they have to share the sidewalk, that it's not their road, and that they need to be courteous to pedestrians like me.
We're still shaping that messaging that I mentioned for the school, the start of the school year. So I appreciate the input. I think there's an opportunity to include some of that in there.
And thank you for your work on this. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
I appreciate the update on the website. When you say it's a problem, how extensive is it? Like how many calls, like in a week?
That's hard to gauge because we're getting them through a number of different sources. Some of it comes almost by word of mouth. I know we've received communications from council members that they've gotten from constituents who've sent in videos, and Sammamish social media, it's come in. We get calls to the front desk, the administrative desk of the police department, at least once or twice a week about these. We're casually flagged down out in the community about these. That's not an uncommon occurrence either. So quantifying the scope of it is difficult. What I can say, though, encouragingly, is that the vast majority of conversations that we have with these young riders are positive. We have riders that do decide they're not going to stop for us, for example, and take off. And as you probably know, our pursuit abilities in those circumstances are essentially non-existent. We're not going to chase a 13-year-old on an electric motorcycle who decides to blow through a stop sign. That's not a reasonable alternative. But those are the extreme minority of our overall conversations. Most kids and most parents that we've talked to are receptive to the information that we're given, and unless they're blowing smoke entirely, we're confident that we're moving in the right direction, at least. But to put a number on it, I have not found a good way to do that yet.
Okay, that's good to hear that the young adults are receptive.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. I know we've seen them even in our neighborhood, and my first thought is their safety, right? I mean, they're young and they have no regard for anything that they're doing, and I'm just terrified they're going to get hit or have a bad crash going high speed with nothing more than a bike helmet sometimes on. As you're doing this outreach, I'm assuming you're targeting parents with like the safety issues, right? Like they're not licensed, they don't know the traffic laws, et cetera. But do we know, are they legal anywhere in Washington other than these designated off-road sites that they're really probably not qualify for there either? Because we could potentially go to the AG and ask that they not be able to be marketed in Washington, right? Which might help.
And that is one of the challenges, not just with e-motorcycles, but we've seen this with other similar transportation developments, if you will. The legislative end of it lags behind. The industry is 4 steps out in front, and by the time we catch up legislatively to address a problem that's been created, they've moved on, and there's a new flavor of the week on there. I'm not aware of anywhere where they've been made blanket legal. I imagine there are jurisdictions that have probably created space etched out, much like we have a skate park out front for skateboarders and what have you. To do that, there's obviously some liability concerns, and that's a much more in-depth conversation. But I'm not aware of any jurisdiction that's legalized them for general road use in the manner that they're commonly being used here.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Gupta.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm glad to hear about the efforts for education, and that seems to be going well, that there's positive reception in the community. Talking about terminology, I was from the slide that we saw, I thought I saw that the class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes were all listed as pedal assisted. So if it is throttle assisted, does it still qualify as an e-bike? Does that make it an e-motorcycle?
Do we have the ability to go back to the presentation? That's the motor output is generally what is shifting these out of the e-bike classification. If we get this back up, class 2 e-bikes, that's one of the central points of delineation between, is this going to go backwards? Oh, you're going to have to do it. Points of delineation between a Class 1 and a Class 2 e-bike is the ability to use the throttle independently, if you will. But again, Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes are both limited to 20 miles an hour, and regardless of class, they're still at 750 watts or below. Some of these e-motorcycles that we're seeing are retrofitted with pedal kits, but they are not the primary means of propulsion for these, even if they do provide some meaningful transport with the motor not engaged, whereas e-bikes are largely the opposite. The motor's there as an assistive mechanism. Pedaling is seen as the primary form of propulsion. But again, we fall back on the motor size, right? 750 watts for e-bikes and thousands of watts for these electric motorcycles.
Great, thank you. And I apologize, the sun is right in my eyes right now. And is there a licensing requirement for any of the Class 1, 2, or 3 e-bikes?
There is not. In that respect, they are handled the same as regular bicycles are.
Okay, great. We actually got public comment on this just today, so this is very timely. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And the public is trying to understand what they're supposed to do. So understanding that they are supposed to report it when they see it so that you're able to develop basically trending or maps, basically, to know where to put people. That's hugely helpful because there is this moment or this fear of wanting to do something proactive and feeling like you can't do anything. And we also appreciate the fact that you can't chase the kids. It'll make it so much worse if they decide that they're going to tear off and crash. I would like to understand if we are keeping track of statistics in terms of individuals who've been hurt on, in particular, these illegal motorcycles.
The stats from collisions and a collision involving one of these, because they are classified as motorcycles, would be reported just the same as a collision involving any other vehicle. We could pull those from overall state traffic records. We are fortunate, to my knowledge, we've had few, if any, to this point, which is one of the reasons why we've wanted to be out in front of this, is because I'd like to be in prevention mode instead of response mode in that regard. So fortunately, I don't have many or any statistics to share with you down that avenue tonight. But we're tracking, and it's something else we're aware of.
Well, the other thing that I have noticed, and I actually think this is making a difference, is that because when I've seen kids, taken off doing the wheelies and stuff like that, I've also seen officers like yourself stop, do a UE, and gently follow. Mm-hmm. And what it's done is the kids have, they know they're doing something wrong. So they actually know. And I think it's starting to seep in because I'm actually starting to see better behavior out there. Curious if anyone else has noticed that. But in places, the pockets where I know where they like to hang out, I'm just seeing it be a little bit better. So I think what you're doing is having an effect.
I think to your point earlier about reporting, and we backtrack a bit on that, maybe I didn't emphasize this to the extent I should have, but we want to make sure that residents are still calling us, especially if they're seeing in progress, unsafe, reckless behavior. That's an emergency situation. That's a call to the communication center. We want to know about that, and we want to dispatch.
That's a 911 call.
Yes, we want to dispatch somebody to that. When I was referring to my Sammamish, that's more of I saw these kids riding around when I was at QFC, and I want to let them know now that I'm home. The past reporting for a response perspective isn't especially valuable, but it does help us develop the trend, particularly now that schools are out. The patterns have all changed. Kids are much less committed at certain times of the day, so we've essentially had to wash the board clean and figure out what their summer patterns are. Things that we were doing in places we could expect to see them and times we could expect to see them during the school year are no longer necessarily applicable. So that's where the value in that tracking comes from. With respect to changing in behavior, we were talking in the hallway, actually, Sergeant Ford and I beforehand, and she was telling me how she just was contacted at Pine Lake Park within the last couple of days by a swarm of them who sought us out and engaged in a conversation about whether or not these were legal and what they could do. So to your point, I think you're absolutely right. It's getting there, and particularly now that we're seeing some of our partners, Issaquah, I mentioned specifically, and we're not the only two, this is starting to become a trend beyond Sammamish. So the efforts to address it is also becoming a trend beyond Sammamish. So we're the beneficiaries to some extent of efforts that go beyond our capabilities, what we're limited to here. So it's a slow process and it's not overnight, but we're open to suggestions and we're going to continue to hammer home on it until we've reached whatever the end stage is. Either they've moved on and found another toy to occupy their time, or something else has changed. But we're moving in the right direction, I think.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much for your work and for the presentation this evening. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, before the team leaves, I just want to note that the Traffic Tip Tuesday video was posted earlier this evening, so it is out there and is live. So I want to thank the team for putting that together and getting it out there.
Thank you for being so responsive. We're now going to move on to the next presentation, which is our first quarter 2025 financial update from our Finance Director, Vicki Carlson.
I just need just a minute to get set up here. Okay, I think that's good. So good evening. For the record, Vicki Carlson, Finance Director. So tonight is the first of regular financial updates that will be provided to Council. The plan is to do quarterly financial updates with a mid-buy wrap-up after the first year the biennium has been closed, and then quarterly reports for the second year of the biennium, followed by a final report after the close of the biennium. Since the first quarter of the two-year budget is inherently light on information, I will give a brief update on the general fund, but tonight I'm really going to be focusing on changes to the report that'll be coming over the next couple of years. So we are starting this process for regular financial updates now rather than waiting until all of the improvements are in place. We want to increase transparency into our financial status with regular updates and provide a chance for you to ask questions. It is the best practice to provide these financial updates in this manner rather than simply emailing out a report and assuming that you have time to read them, and we'll ask questions that way. So we do plan to do the quarterly reports for the first 3 quarters of the year with annual wraps at the end of each year that will take the place of a fourth quarter report. The budget information that's being presented is a biennial view. It matches with how the budget is adopted, right? So we adopt the budget at the fund level, and it is a biennial budget, meaning that we have 2 years to fully collect all the revenues and 2 years to fully spend what was approved when the budget was adopted. From a timing perspective, the quarterly reports will be prepared and presented after all of the transactions for the quarters have been posted. It does take time to do all the entries, get them in the system, review and get them posted, but I would expect to be in front of you 2 to 3 months after the quarter is closed, sooner if we can get everything wrapped up. The annual report will be done after all of our year-end entries have been posted and the year is fully closed, which we try to close out the year by mid-March when everything is posted in the system. So I would hope to do an annual wrap-up late April, early May. So there are going to be some improvements coming to, I skipped a slide, sorry about that. So there are going to be improvements coming to this report as we implement more reporting tools. It's better to start now, as I said, and improve the reports over time as these new tools come online. But again, it's going to take a couple of years to fully realize all of these improvements that we want to make. You may recall that we are implementing a new ERP system that will be streamlining our processes and give us these better reporting tools. This new system, which we do hope to be live on early next year, is going to give us more reporting capabilities and allow us to completely revamp our chart of accounts. So that's a heads up, chart of accounts is going to be updated. One example of the improvements that's coming, you'll see with the new system, is we're adding department codes to revenue lines. Right now, the revenue codes are general. They do not reflect departments or divisions. So it makes it very difficult if we want to do cost recovery analysis, as an example, for when fees are charged. Yes, we can get to the data, but it takes significant amount of time combing through individual transactions to identify the department, the division, et cetera. We want to spend more of our time doing the actual financial analysis rather than organizing the data. Another improvement that's going to be coming is encumbrances. Right now, we don't report on encumbrances, and as a city, we are a city that does a lot of our services provided by contracts rather than staff. So a couple of big examples are fire and police. Those are 2 very large contracts. Contractual obligations should and will be noted in this report once the ERP system is live. If you look on page 3 of the report, and I'm going to show this chart in a couple pages, so you don't need to go there now, but for reference, the chart on page 3 summarizes the general fund at the high level. You'll see the far right column shows budget remaining for expenditures over $106 million, but that's not really transparent, as a large percentage of that $106 million is already committed through contracts. So encumbrances is something we will be able to report on next year when the ERP system is live. And the other improvement that I really want to mention that will be coming at a later date is implementing spend plans. So a spend plan basically takes the biennial budget, breaks it down by month based on how we expect to spend the budget over 2 years. Our current system does not accommodate spend plans, so that's why you see just the biennial budget in there now. We will be implementing spend plans with the next budget cycle, so you'll see those start to come online in 2027. All of these changes will be incorporated into the FMR, which is be formatted to reflect all of these changes. And again, it's going to take a couple of years to fully realize all of these changes because it takes time to implement the ERP system. We have to wait till the next budget cycle turns over, et cetera. So for now, what you see is an interim report that will be built out over time. For now, I'm just going to focus on the general fund and keep in mind that only 3 months have lapsed of the 24 months budget cycle, so there is limited trend data to report on right now. The report compares 2025 first quarter to both 2023 and 2024 first quarter activity. And if you remember nothing else from what I say tonight, the headline is first quarter for general fund, both revenues and expenditures are currently in line with expectations. That's the headline. So this chart is a high-level summary of the general fund. There are 2 additional charts included in the written report that have a little bit greater detail. High-level summary, again, 23, 24 amounts are first quarter only. The budget shown is the full biennial budget. And again, because we don't have spend plans in place yet, simply dividing the budget by the number of months in the biennium does not reflect our existing revenue collection patterns or expenditure patterns. Also, the budget column does reflect the budgeted spend down of fund balance of $14.3 million by the end of the biennium. The current budget does not reflect the utility tax because that wasn't approved until this year. We will be including the utility tax in the mid-buy budget amendments that you'll see coming forward later on this year, probably in the fall. The actuals column for the current biennium is through March, and I've footnoted the current ending fund balance and noted that all capital transfers have not yet been done. They will be completed by the end of the biennium. In the final column, that's the budget remaining, $106.7 million in revenues to be collected by the end of next year and $106.5 million in expenditures. This is the column I mentioned a couple minutes ago. The remaining expenditure budget, a lot of it is already committed through contractual obligations. We just don't have the ability to show that yet. So a few comments I want to make on general fund revenues. Page 4 of the written report has a chart with a bit more details on revenues. Couple of highlights. Please remember that 63% of our revenue budget comes from property taxes. We are a bit lower this year than last year by about $74,000, and it's primarily timing differences from when people choose to pay their property taxes. First half is not due until the end of April. We do expect by the end of the year that property tax revenue will track with budget. Sales tax revenue through first quarter was actually very strong, $192,000 above last year's first quarter. We're seeing strength in 3 sectors, retail, contracting, and services. And we will be keeping an eye on sales tax to see how the tariffs and everything else that's going on the federal level is going to be affecting this particular revenue stream. And the other revenue that's really kind of noteworthy is building permits. Very strong results first quarter of this year compared to last year. Both the number of permits and the permit value is higher than first quarter. Last year, we processed about 1,000 permits with a value of $18.7 million. This year, 1,500 permits and a value of almost $30 million. One other note on the revenue side, you might remember this through the budget process, but prior to this year, the technology fees had been recorded in the general fund and then transferred to the tech fund, which inflated both revenues and transfers out. So this year, you will not see those in the general fund. They're being recorded directly in the tech fund. So again, big pictures, revenues in total are in line with what we expect to see first quarter of the biennium. And then lastly, I just want to give a couple Highlights on expenditures. Page 5 is a report that further breaks down the expenditure categories. Two that I want to point out, expenditure for Eastside Fire is $3.1 million for the first quarter, $488,000 higher than last year. That does reflect the 15.2% increase on the contract from last year. The increase is really twofold. It's increase for the contracted services as well as the increases for contributions to facilities maintenance and equipment replacement. And the other thing that's really kind of noteworthy on the expenditure side is police contract totals $1.8 million this year compared to last year. It does reflect a change in timing of when we received the invoices from King County. In the past, we would not receive the invoices for the first few months while the county did the reconciliation for the prior year. Starting this year, they've been cranking them out every single month. So as soon as we get the invoice, we hold them off. And again, expenditures are in line with expectations through the first quarter. Happy to answer any questions.
Council, are there questions? While they're gathering their thoughts, I will ask a quick question.
Yes.
And you may not know the answer to this, but I'm curious as to our hiring schedule and if that's impacting our expenditures in any way, or if it's too early to track something like this. Because I know that we have open positions, and I know some of them are extremely hard to fill.
Yeah, so I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can tell you we do have more vacancies this year than we had last year.
Okay.
At least through the first few months of the year.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah. Thank you, Vicki. You know I love your reports. And I appreciate all the changes that you guys are going to make. I don't envy you having to implement a new system, but
oh, I'm excited. It's all good stuff.
Excellent, excellent. I just want to make a comment to point out that the permitting revenue and the number of permits. I just want to call out that the vast majority of those are not for new housing units. Most of those permits are for remodels and other things. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that it's not like we've had 1,500 permits for new housing units, given that that's such a hot topic tonight. I wanted to make that clear. It's if you go through a lot of the details, you can see that if you go into the detailed report. So.
Yep, and I can try and provide that in the next quarter report, give that breakdown of what those permits are.
Yeah, and then also pointing out again that 63% of our revenues in the general fund come from property taxes, and as I think our one of our very astute residents pointed out, that most residential properties, the property tax collected does not even come close to paying for the services that we provide when you think about police and fire and snow plowing and keeping City Hall open and all the various things we do. So I just wanted to, again, highlight that for folks, that those are some of the challenges. And as you pointed out, the 15% increase in the Eastside Fire and Rescue was a combination of increased labor costs as well as several years of many years actually of the Eastside Fire and Rescue Board making decisions to sort of reduce or not collect the funds for facilities and equipment replacement and repair that we've now have to catch up on. So really appreciate all that.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no one else, then we will allow you to escape into the evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vicki, I appreciate your time here. So now we are moving to unfinished business. Adopting a preferred alternative for the Sammamish Town Center sub-area plan and directing staff to prepare the plan for consideration by the public, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. And we have Director David Pyle and Matt Brandmeier, and we have Jeff Aranago from, yeah, thank you. And while they're getting set up, I'll just mention to the room, I'm really delighted that so many of you decided to stay, because I think that there's some great information that will be presented this evening that could be very helpful for the public.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, David Pyle, Department of Community Development. And as was stated with me, I have Matt Brandmeier, who's the Community Development Deputy Director, as well as Jeff Arango, who is a Principal at Framework, who is the city's planning consultant assisting with the environmental impact statement work and the town center planning effort. We do also have available in the cloud Christian from DKS, Kristen Thompson from DKS, who's the city's transportation consultant helping with the EIS work in the event there are any questions about transportation impacts and some of the findings of work done there. So I just wanted to make sure we all knew he was available, and if we wanted to, we do have him promoted. It's wonderful. I also wanted to thank everyone for coming out this evening, all the members of the community, many of whom I know already, many new faces I have not met yet. One of the things I really appreciate about this work that I do and that we do as a department is that we get to hear many different voices. And we hear a lot about different positions and different perspectives, and we have to sift through that. And it is at times challenging, and at other times we see, we learn things, we definitely like to hear from the community because there are things we didn't know about the community. So definitely appreciate that, and thank everyone for showing up this evening and taking time out of your lives on such a nice evening to join us. So getting started, we are here this evening to talk through the draft supplemental EIS, talk about some of the comments received, some of the findings from the study, offer up opportunity to answer questions from the council that you might have, and to consider adopting a preferred alternative. We'll also go through some next steps in this process, as it is definitely underway, and it is got quite a bit of runway ahead of it still with regard to working through a final draft of an update to the plan, a final environmental impact statement, and a final adoption or working up of a development regulations for the town center. As far as the objectives this evening, recapping on this prior slide, we want to just review the project purpose and history, make sure we all understand sort of how we got here and what we're trying to achieve. Again, consider the content of the findings of the DSEIS, comments received, and evaluate the appropriateness of the action alternative. The council's task is to select a preferred alternative within the range of alternatives studied, and the staff's recommendation is to pass a resolution approving the action alternative. Again, in understanding how we got here, we just wanted to take a quick minute and review the guiding principles that were set out with this project when we originally received direction, and as the project matured over time. The objectives of this project are to promote housing affordability and diversity. It's something we've heard a lot about in the community over the years, and we are really trying to find a way to achieve that in the community. Part of that is regulatory streamlining. We have a very complicated permit process in the town center. It is possible to streamline that. This also is in line with some of the mandates from the state regarding permitting. Trying to remember the bill number, but we went through that as part of our, what's that? 5290, Senate Bill 5290. Yeah, correct. From, I think it was 2023 was the legislature adopted that. And the legislature found that redundant and excessive regulation and permit process adds to cost, increases uncertainty to developers, and ultimately leads to decisions not to proceed with projects that are already on borderline penciling out or making a profit for a developer. We also are here to consider mobility and street design in the town center. We are really looking to try and find ways to increase network opportunities where it makes it easier to get around the city's core around 228th. We're looking to improve the identity of the town center and how it serves the community as the city's front porch, if you will, places for people to make connections with their neighbors, places to go meet up for ice cream or to get a glass of wine out on a patio, those types of things that we've heard from the community over the years that are really sought after, especially coming out of COVID. And finally, looking for ways to improve environmental stewardship. One of the best ways to promote environmental stewardship is development in centers. Now that comes with a lot of work around planning and wanting to make sure that centers are designed properly and thoughtfully. So diving into the actual issue and the assignment, I'm going to go through these bullet points because I think they're all really important. Some of them are repetitive. We've heard these before. Given that we've had many meetings on the topic of the town center and the proposed updates, some of this should resonate with members of the audience and members of the council. Housing options in Sammamish are lacking. I think that is a fact we all know to be true. In October of 23, staff were tasked by the City Council and Planning Commission with finding ways to promote and accelerate diverse and affordable housing in the town center. Really, that's where this project started. The focus is on making mixed-use, mid-rise, and low-rise construction types feasible in the town center. That is how diverse and affordable housing is built. We have heard from the state, from Puget Sound Regional Council, from the county that the building typologies that are really needed in order to see housing diversify and to become affordable are in the form of mixed-use buildings, so 5/1 with some commercial space and 5 stories, if you will, of residential on top of that, or mid-rise, which generally is in the building code, I think up to 70 or 80 feet, which is stick-built, so it's built from wood frame, but it's a typology that is understood to be more affordable. And then finally, low-rise, which you might see in the form of walk-up apartments or stack flats or those types of buildings. Those are really what the state, Puget Sound Regional Council, and the county are seeing as the types of buildings that are where affordable housing is delivered. So we are trying to find ways to promote those and see to changes to the code that those get built. The town center sub-area needs adequate supportive density to make development of these construction types and associated desired amenities, such as retail and restaurants, happen. Without the appropriate amount of density, the land economics simply don't pencil out, and we don't see those types of buildings being built. We did have a presentation from Kidder Matthews, I think earlier this year, or was it end of last year? End of last year. So Kidder Matthews, a real estate economist, came and did a presentation to the council and the public on viability of different construction types in the town center, and had modeled it out and had some recommendations for us to consider going forward. We do stress that without change, the town center will continue to be built out with market rate townhomes. Market rate townhomes are viable and are something that the building community is interested in building in the town center. Not to say that those don't play a role. However, luxury market townhomes are not filling the affordability realm. They're really starting at, I think, 1.3 million for the new townhomes that are being built here at Brownstones West. So the price point on those really isn't fitting into the affordability realm. Without adequate density, amenities like open space, parks, trails, restaurants, retail establishments, and desired street configurations will not materialize. In order to see infrastructure and amenities added, we do need to have the right amount of density in order to financially make that feasible. If you have any questions as I go through this, feel free to stop me. We'll do our best to answer any questions you might have. We do have some transition slides built into the deck where we'd be happy to also pause and answer questions. This slide you've seen before, and this outlines the growth across the city versus growth in the town center since the plan's adoption. You can see that we have continued to see growth occur across the city. However, in the town center, it has not really taken off at the level that growth has occurred in the balance of the city. So why?
Hang on one second. We have a question here from Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, sorry, David. Just to clarify for those watching, this graph is cumulative. So just so people don't think that we built 3,500 units in 2024, it's cumulative. So you can see that the growth rate across the city, whether in town center or not, has really flattened out. And so I think that that's really important, because I know when I first looked at it, I was like, what? That doesn't add up. But then when you look at it, so I just wanted to call that out for folks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And it looks like Councilmember Trina has a question.
Yeah, thanks. So, David, so on this slide that you're on right now, so we'll just take this one right now. So, is this showing me that over the time period that this graph is being shown, that it's a average of 19 or something houses built per year?
I think if you were
on
to
average
divide it out, then sure.
Yeah. So that's kind of what that's what the main purpose of showing this is. Over time, the city has grown by about 220 houses per year over this 16-year period. 2008 to 2024. Well, okay, count the first year. Okay. So a little less than 210, 11. Okay. Right? Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. On the slide prior, though, could you just a few definitions for me? Bullet point 3, can you just explain what feasibility types of it's feasible in the town center? What's the definition?
Yeah. So feasible really, I guess, to simply put it in layman's terms, means that a project will be pursued by a developer. So it's the one making the decision on whether or not it's feasible is the developer, as they're the ones that build our housing. We as a city don't build housing, and a developer has to do a financial model to understand whether or not they're going to move forward with building a certain type of project, and that is where they are determining whether or not it's feasible.
So if development's not taking place in the town center, it's because it's not feasible, because the developer's not making a profit.
And Jeff has an addition to that.
If I could just add to that real quick, the other part of the feasibility that's really important is it has to be legalized in the code.
Yeah.
And there are many types of housing that are not legal in parts of the town center now.
Correct. So we'll have to change that for sure. So, yeah, no problem.
TCE, for example.
Yeah. So thank you. Can you just explain to me what is adequate supportive density?
Right. So what that is indicating is that there are enough units allowed to be built within the building or on the site in terms of the allowed density that allows the return on that investment to be made. So if you were building a two-story building with the same footprint, same land, same impervious, same infrastructure, that building a 5-story building, if it was allowed and there was adequate density to get you there, would then become something that was feasible, financially viable.
And then what marketing factors are you using to determine that position?
We had our real estate economist at Kidder Matthews use current construction costs, land costs, to do financial modeling around 3 different prototypes that we presented to the council last year. So I would say industry standards slash current market conditions.
And then my last one really is on this last point. Is this just an opinion, or is there some data somewhere that I missed when I was reading through there that would actually say that this is a true statement?
So I would say, I think it's an opinion goes back to the work Kidder did. It comes from our experience working with developers on what they will move forward with and what they will not move forward with. So there is not a data-driven study that would back this up.
Okay, thank you.
Could I add to that? Sure. Just briefly. I think that's a good point. I mean, certainly things like parks, if it's a public park or publicly owned, I mean, that could happen independently. But when you're requiring a developer to build streets, to provide restaurants, retail establishments, and some of the other amenities, it is directly related to being able to have a return on your investment to be able to fund those projects. So it's a little bit of a different answer depending on which of those categories you're talking about. But I think the fact that things like the green spine have not really moved forward, we've seen fairly minimal restaurants, retail establishments, even in places that were envisioned for that to happen in the plan. I do see a connection between the infeasibility of development and the lack of those things moving forward.
But there also would be the opinion that then it was really a market factor and not what you were just
Market factor driven by the code.
Yeah.
And low densities.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Continuing on. So the question about why focus on the town center sub-area. This one's come up. We've heard in comments received and in conversations in the community. It's important to note that the town center is an existing sub-area. It is already in place. It already authorizes different forms of development to take place. It's already zoned for mixed use, mid-rise and low-rise. It was already studied through environmental impact statement process where 4,000 units were evaluated. This also positions it to be the first plan area that follows on to the comprehensive plan adoption. As part of the comprehensive plan, we do include language, and we did discuss the need to continue to plan centers in the city, whether it is the town center, which exists today, or future sub-areas such as the Inglewood sub-area or the Pine Lake sub-area, where we can repurpose some of the existing asphalt that could be probably better utilized for other purposes other than just a parking area. But this is the first one that is queued up because it's existing, and it is also because we already have an environmental impact statement done and on file, and that this can be updated through the process allowed by state law by using a supplemental environmental impact statement process. The town center also plays a crucial role in the city and is the logical place to address housing supply and diversity. The town center plan needs to be updated for compliance with state law and consistency with the city's new comprehensive plan. There are some zones in the town center where certain housing types are not allowed that need to be added to be allowed. And there are some other considerations with regard to things like parking mandates from the state and environmental sustainability and resiliency and other things that we need to include and integrate into the plan and code. The town center has not been developing as desired, and that's really evident in the prior slide that showed the amount of development that had happened across the city versus in the town center. And there are changes that we feel are needed in order to help facilitate what the plan vision is ultimately trying to achieve. So what is the process? Knowing that we started this process as a spin-off of the city's comprehensive plan update effort back in 2023, we've been through background study and gap analysis. We've done code and plan review. We've done public and stakeholder engagement. We've done scoping. We've done refined public engagement following scoping, and we are at the point where we've issued a draft supplemental environmental impact statement and held a public comment period on that, which closed on July 9th. And we are collecting comments still on the draft plan and draft code. We will continue to collect those until legislative action is taken. The comment period on something like that does not end until legislative action is taken. And we're at the point of selection of an alternative. That is this evening. Following that, there will be a supplemental environmental impact statement, a final supplemental environmental impact statement that will be issued, and this follows state law. And then the council will consider final legislative action on a final plan and code, and this is anticipated to be this fall or into the winter of '26.
Councilmember Treen.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question though, draft plan. When was the last update, or when was the newest version?
Right. So the most recent version of the plan was amended in 2024. Okay. No, excuse me, 2023. Yeah, with a rezone that occurred for a single parcel. So while the plan was not comprehensively evaluated, was.
So the draft. Sorry, that's a different question. answer to a different question. That's not the question I was. So the draft plan that you're talking about here, the draft plan and draft code.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
You've provided that to us, to the council? We've seen that, correct?
Yeah, that has been.
Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
thanks. And then when was it last updated? Like I have a copy of it here in the.
It hasn't been updated since we released it.
So all the lined items in it, in additions to goals and stuff, those were from the first time we saw it?
Well, we publicly released the draft plan with the SEIS, and so it hasn't changed since that was
Since that release?
Yeah.
Great.
Which was June 9th. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then the next question, and just a follow-up, please, if you might. How long do we have to look at this, to make comment about it, as a council?
As long as you need.
Until we make legislative decision here at the bottom.
There's no time clock on board.
The Planning Commission will also have a role in that, and will make recommendation to the council on that.
Thank you.
So a little bit about the planning context, and I think these are some really important points about how this process is a spinoff of the comp plan and ultimately is working to further community planning in the city. That we all know that state, regional, county, and local priorities have evolved. We've worked on things like our housing diversification toolkit, our climate action plan, our transit plan, transportation master plan, our comprehensive plan, and these all have led us to understand the role and importance that a town center has in the future of the city. The city's adopted vision statement, which was adopted by Resolution 2023-1001, specifically says under vision number 5 and vision number 8, provide a variety of housing choices and support a wide array of lifestyles, as well as to build a thriving town center and mixed-use districts. So this is the first, again, of the mixed-use districts that we are considering following adoption of the comprehensive plan. So we are simply moving forward with implementing the vision as adopted. The city's comprehensive plan included a central role for the town center in the city, and that again was the city's comprehensive plan was adopted under Ordinance 2024-577 this past December of 2024. And the city has been assigned an affordable housing allocation that we need to show progress on. So there has been some comment, and I think there's always some level of misunderstanding about the relationship between a city's land capacity, a city's growth target, and a city's housing allocation. This effort is really a consideration and evaluation of how to increase capacity of a certain type or set of building typologies in the city, mixed use, mid-rise, and low-rise. It has nothing to do with changing the city's growth target. A growth target is not a ceiling, nor is it a floor. It is a baseline or benchmark by which we are anticipating growth in the city and integrating into regional growth plans, and how we are investing in infrastructure to model our growth that is anticipated in a 20-year horizon. A housing allocation is different than a growth target, and a housing allocation is something that comes from, in 2021, the legislature passed HB 1220, and as part of that, they assigned cities, through amendment of the Growth Management Act, the role and responsibility of accounting for capacity to allow different levels of affordable housing. The city has, the county, and I think this is kind of difficult to unpack, but I'm going to take a crack at it here. The county was responsible for the formula by which to assign a city's housing allocation. The county considered, by way of the Growth Management Planning Council and the Affordable Housing Committee and the interjurisdictional team, multiple different methodologies by which they would break down and assign housing allocations to cities. The county chose to use and benchmark the housing allocation against the growth target. And I want to be clear that because a city has a housing allocation that is the same as its growth target does not mean that all of its growth target needs to be built in the bands of affordability 0 to 30%, 30 to 50, 50 to 80, 80 to 100, 100 to 120, et cetera, of area median income. It is not required to build all of its housing in those categories. There's been some confusion on that and misunderstanding on that. I blame it on the county. They chose that methodology. The thing that the important takeaway is that a city needs to show that it has enough capacity for its growth target, and a city needs to show that it has enough capacity for its housing allocation. Now, just because we have capacity for market housing across the city, which we do, we have capacity to meet our growth target today. We do not need to take on an update to the town center plan to meet our growth target. I want to be clear about that. Does not mean that we have adequate capacity for our housing allocation. We did take measures as part of our comprehensive plan update to make sure that we had capacity for our housing allocation. However, this is where this gets complicated because the county and the state then start to evaluate us on a annual basis of reporting as to whether, and our first report is due, we're starting to work on that now, as to whether or not we're actually delivering any of the housing that it comes with our housing allocation. And if we do not show that we are delivering that housing over time, then and we have this brand new Senate bill 5148 that came out of the legislature this year that is effective. I think it's on, I pulled it earlier today. It's effective in a few weeks. Yeah, it's effective on July 27th, 2025. And if anyone hasn't had a chance to read through Senate Bill 5148, it's a really important one to read because what it basically says is that if a city is not making progress towards its affordable housing allocation, that the State Department of Commerce can selectively choose a city to pull and recall their housing element in their development regulations and apply reasonable measures to change those policies and regulations to spur the development of that type of housing in that city. It also says that the state may take preemptive measures, and if a city is not implementing its reasonable measures in earnest and trying to take those on, that the state may preemptively work with the city to apply model housing ordinances that the state has worked on. So what we're trying to do here is not only are we taking the city's housing problem seriously, that we do need affordable housing in the city, and there are people in the city who need housing and workforce housing. There are people who need to downsize. There are people who want to move back here, who might have grown up here. And we've heard about this for years. We are also taking things like SB 5148, HB 1220, King County countywide planning policies seriously, and we are understanding how those interact with local planning, and we are wanting to make sure that we are doing our homework and getting this right as we start to implement it. So, that is the planning context as to how this fits in. And happy to answer any questions about that. There's been a lot of work done on this and presentations with you all over the years leading up to adoption of our comprehensive plan. And we're happy to be where we are in implementation. However, it doesn't mean that we are out of the woods.
Councilmember Gupta, and then Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Thank you, David. Does staff have an opinion on our compliance with SB 5148? Should we proceed with the no action alternative?
I have concerns, and that is one of the issues that was identified in the SEIS as a potential impact, is the underproduction of housing, and in particular affordable housing, under the no action.
And I think we also heard previously that the allowable density in the buildable areas remaining in town center are less than what is allowed elsewhere in the city. particularly in relation to our middle housing overlay, which was HB 1110, which is, we are also required to follow, is my understanding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So again, with the no action alternative, what is staff's opinion on compliance with HB 1110?
There would be some capacity in the town center that's already there. We predominantly relied on capacity in the faith-based ownership lands and the public ownership lands as part of the comprehensive plan housing element, and in our workbook that we provided to the state, Puget Sound Regional Council, and the county in order for us to get certification on our comprehensive plan. However, those are 100% reliant on funding being available. The question about compliance with HB 1220 is we had to show that we have capacity. If funding was to, say, fall from the sky, we would be able to, we've removed barriers and we have made provision for capacity in the city to build it. What we're doing now is we're moving to the next phase, and we are trying to work through policy, sub-area planning policy work and through development regulations to really try to find ways to promote the building typologies through private development, not through not-for-profit development and not reliant on funding from the state, so to speak, but trying to find ways to actually see it built through the building industry.
And just, will there be another touch point for questions as we go through this presentation?
Yes, so we're going to get into this a little more. We actually have a slide on the densities and all that coming up.
Great, thank you.
I just want to say thank you for explaining once again that the town center 2,000 unit capacity is not the same as our housing allocation number of 2,100. There were a couple of commenters tonight that said that we met our housing mandate with the 2,000 units in town center. So thank you for clarifying that difference. What does the new reporting and accountability includes? Are they measuring by the number of units that we will have built in 5 years?
Yeah, it's production, and it's production of typology, right? The state really only sees the deeper levels of affordability, and there's actually a guidance document that Commerce put out that is a riveting read if you have the time. But it really spells out that in order to hit certain bandwidths where it's 0 to 30, 30 to 50, 50 to 80, that category, it needs to be done through mid-rise typologies, which could include mixed use, or low-rise typologies, so stacked flats, walk-up apartment type buildings. But that townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, single-family homes are not considered to be construction types that would be considered towards providing housing in those categories that we are assigned by way of our housing allocation.
Okay, so in 5 years, they're going to come back and say, okay, you were allotted 2,100, and let's see how many you've built. Is it 100, or I don't know what the formula is.
Yeah, that's correct. But they will also then look at, okay, well, why did the outcome occur that way? Is there something the city did or didn't do to cause that outcome?
Okay.
And that's where you get into potential challenges, reasonable measures, where you have to kind of go back and revisit it. I would also just point out that this is all new and there's a lot of unknowns. So I think trying to mitigate risk to the city in an unpredictable process is worth considering. Also, the new bill that David just referenced is a follow-on to a reporting requirement that was already in place. So it's took a requirement that was already there and sort of amped it up substantially. So there are a lot of unknowns at this point.
Okay, so they come back and say, okay, well, it doesn't look like you've done enough. We're going to ask you to make these code changes.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. I think we had a commenter that said, this is about right or wrong. And we've had a number of people say that we need to take care of the residents we have here today. And I think that those are both absolutely correct. We have over 3,100 households today in Sammamish who are house burdened or severely house burdened. We have almost 1,700 households that are severely house burdened. That means that there are people who are making choices whether or not to pay their rent or their mortgage, or buy medications, or buy food. So we have households that are in desperate need of different housing types today. And just for a point of reference, we have 112 income restricted units in the city today. 112. Out of a city of 67,000, we are at 22-ish thousand housing units. We have 112 that are income restricted. And we've been asked, what are the consequences, if any, if we don't build affordable housing? And I would ask, in the right or wrong question, is it right to say we're only going to build affordable housing if there's a consequence? Isn't it right to make sure that we're building affordable housing for those 3,100 households that live here today? And then for those who maybe don't believe that the state or the Commerce Department will actually take action, I just want to go through a little history lesson for those who are unaware that in the past.
If you have a question, this would be the time to use the question.
Okay. Well, I think that the comments that were made around consequences are that we came dangerously close to being sanctioned by the governor last time, that we didn't meet the state requirements. So I think those consequences are very real.
So just a continuation and wrapping up the planning context. Why are mixed use, mid-rise and low-rise construction types so important to provide diverse and affordable housing? I think this is really one of the biggest questions that we have asked and we are really seeking answers to in order to better understand how they fit into the town center. It's, again, most feasible to produce affordable housing in low-rise and mid-rise multifamily zones. Again, state housing guidance indicates that these are really critical to providing affordable housing. Lower density results in a significant land cost, which is reflected in higher housing costs. I think that is just common sense. Mixed use and mid-rise result in more efficient development at a lower infrastructure costs, fewer miles of pipe, fewer miles of road. If you build a center that is not the same as sprawl, that 2,000 units built in a center of a limited geographic reach are very different than 2,000 units built across an entire city in terms of the implications that it has and how we are able to handle and manage that growth. Development in centers is widely considered an environmentally sustainable way to accommodate growth. This is reflected in the city's climate action plan. It is widely accepted international knowledge that development in centers is an environmentally sustainable way to accommodate growth. However, this does require thoughtful planning. And I just want to make sure that we're not overlooking that this is part of this, is making sure that we're planning for how this sub area fits together. We can pause again if you want. We can keep going. We're going to transition into an overview of the supplemental EIS and its content.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next slide, please, David. So as David said, I'm going to go over some of the details of the supplemental EIS, and this is a supplement to the original Town Center EIS, which was completed in 2007. So in order to get the full picture of the environmental analysis, you have to look at the original document and the supplemental document. Because this is a supplemental EIS, it doesn't require a scoping process under the State Environmental Policy Act, or SEPA. However, the city opted into that as a way to be able to take in public comment and consider the appropriate scope for this. There is a fair amount of guidance from the Department of Ecology on how you structure EISs. They're supposed to be concise, to the point, not use a lot of jargon, and only focus on those elements of the environment where you think there are likely to be potentially significant impacts. So things like school capacity and infrastructure were considered during the scoping process. We looked at some of the information regarding school demographics and projections. We've been coordinating with the school district. We received a comment letter from them recently as well. We've been coordinating with other agencies like Sammamish Water and Sewer, Sammamish Plateau Water and Sewer, and we were also in the midst of the comprehensive plan update, so we were looking at things like capital facilities plans. So those were not included in the SEIS intentionally because we felt like they were not going to result, based on the evidence, in significant environmental impacts. The three elements that were identified, land use, housing, and transportation, and that forms the bulk of the SEIS. Next slide, please. So I think everyone is fairly familiar with the alternatives, but we'll just give a brief summary. So the no action alternative is essentially what's in place today, the existing code, the existing plan, the caps on development, current design standards, those types of things. The action alternative is similar to one of the alternatives that was studied in the original EIS, and that is up to 4,000 units. It looks at implementing a new hybrid form-based code, which is something that is encouraged by the legislature as a way to meet the state's housing goals. Streamlines the permit review process to reduce complexity and administrative costs, and some of those changes come from the focus groups that we had with property owners and developers in the town center, and a feeling that those that got to use the incentives that were in place, were in better position to move forward. Those that didn't, or those that had smaller properties, simply couldn't navigate the cumbersome administrative process and didn't have favorable conditions to be able to move forward with feasible development, and that's why we've seen a lack of development in town center. Slide. So summary of the no action alternative. On the land use side, there's fragmented zoning. It's sort of looked at multiple centers, which for various reasons are not feasible and have not come to fruition. The commercial development was sort of allocated in ways that didn't necessarily match the feasibility of development and its proximity to streets and visibility. Transportation-wise, we looked at many different intersections. There was one intersection that fails. It's outside of the town center. It's a stop-controlled intersection, of which there are several potential mitigation measures that could be used to address that issue. And again, it's under current conditions, or under the no action alternative, I should say. On the housing side, and this is what I alluded to earlier, the big potential impact is a continued underproduction of housing. So over the last, since 2008, we've seen 326 units, while we've seen 3,500 citywide. So not even approaching a fourth of the 2,000 units, despite going through many cycles of booming real estate. I mean, think about how much has been developed in the region during those times, and yet town center was sort of left out of that picture. Because the code is so cumbersome, and I think the code audit that we put together is one of the most compelling documents, and I think really is the crux of the issue. We get hired by cities all over to look at codes and offer recommendations and make updates. The town center code is the most challenging and difficult to interpret code I've ever worked with. I can say that confidently. It took us extended periods of time and analysis just to figure out how to calculate density and things that should be very simple. When you have a very complex code, it just creates many challenges, both from the applicants, from the community that's trying to participate in the process and maybe offer comment, and then of course the city and decision makers having to provide a measure of consistency in those review and approvals. As David said, there are challenges to meeting the 2,100 units. Yes, we don't have to make this change for the city to be in compliance, but that compliance is an ongoing conversation. And I have worked with cities before where they've said, well, we don't really need to make this change right now, we're good, and then find themselves in a couple of years having to go back and revisit it because they're now forced to reconsider it. And it won't be too long before we're doing another growth capacity study and we're back into the comprehensive plan update. The city could theoretically, we don't, of course, know this, but it's possible the city could receive a higher growth target and have to kind of rethink other parts of the land use plan. So I think those are some of the highlights of the potential impacts for that alternative. Next slide, please. So for the action alternative, some of the, Councilmember Treen, comment?
I didn't see that.
Thank you, Mayor. So based on your summary and all my reading of the packet over a couple weeks here, so Is even the no action alternative a authentic choice for us tonight?
Well, there would be the implementation of the middle housing, but that was done citywide without an EIS. And so that is within the range of alternatives. And so that's why that was not created as a distinct alternative. But the expectation would be, yes, the city would move forward with that piece of it because it's mandated by state law.
That would largely be rezoning the TCE to allow for middle housing typologies where it currently only allows R1. And it would fit within the range of alternatives from the no action to the action alternatives. So it would be covered by this SEIS. We didn't take that on as part of the code reform following the adoption of the comprehensive plan because we knew we were working on this process already. So we postponed that to evaluate how that would fit in, how HB 1220 and HB 1110 compliance would fit into this effort.
So if SEPA requires a reasonable range of alternatives, the no action alternative is not an authentic choice. Therefore,
it's always one of the baseline alternatives.
But it doesn't even meet the legal requirements necessary to be. If we voted for the no action alternative, then we can't defend it in court.
Well, the idea is that you provide alternatives that give you a concise way to assess impacts. And so as long as the impacts are covered under both alternatives, the idea is that through the process of selecting a preferred alternative, which also is not required, the city would select a preferred alternative that included the state mandated because it's been assessed and the impacts have been identified.
And we've seen that those alternatives and that information has been presented to us as a council for the ranges.
Well, so good point. So that is embodied in the action alternative because it's more. And then if you selected a preferred alternative that say was the no action with implementing middle housing, then we would look at that in the final EIS and identify any impacts that weren't covered and then move forward. But again, the city doesn't have to even select a preferred alternative. Having a middle alternative that was just the middle housing felt like it kind of confused the discussion, and it's already covered in those two alternatives. So the alternatives are not meant to be distinct choices. They're just supposed to be bookends.
But one end of the bookend is not even a legal option.
Every SEPA EIS has a no action alternative in it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, so I think kind of building on that point, my question is, since we know that the no action alternative would not yield anywhere near, if any, affordable housing towards our housing allocation, then if we get to that 5-year mark and we get reviewed, we wouldn't really be able to defend that because it's not like we didn't know that this was a problem and we took no action. Would that be fair to say? It would put
I
us
would
at
say
greater
that
risk.
it increases the city's risk. Sure.
Okay. And if I understood correctly, the Commerce Department and or the state wouldn't just suggest that we'd have to make, their range of options wouldn't just be that they could suggest they may come in and take over. Is that what I heard you kind of say, that they would come in and make changes potentially?
We think it's unlikely. However, reading the bill, it is implied in the bill. I think to get there, you'd have to go through, quite a journey with Commerce and you'd have to be pretty out of compliance to get there. So, but it is, we think, possible. I will highlight here that, a DSEIS, an EIS, a draft EIS even, is not a decision by any means. And again, I want to reiterate that all it is a disclosure document for decision makers to use. So here we are at a point in the process where we're saying, okay, this is what we've uncovered based on these bookends. If you don't take action versus taking this action over here. And where in that spectrum do you think you might want us to continue studying? Doesn't mean you've made a decision to take legislative action and make a plan change or a code. It means you're going in that direction, but it doesn't mean that you've made that decision to actually do that. It's a refinement of the study and we would look a little closer at the range of impacts given a selection of a preferred alternative.
And is that where we could then say, hey, we want you to study X, and as part of that, here are some concerns that we heard from the community that we want to make sure we incorporate or address as we move forward before we make a final
Absolutely.
decision?
That's one of the main purposes of it. For example, we'll respond to every comment in some way. I mean, we'll use some standardized responses in some cases, but we'll be reviewing and responding to every comment that was received and going deeper where we need to. But yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so the action alternative. So one of the main features is a new regulating districts or zoning map that better reflects the wedding cake kind of concept. The existing plan, again, envisioned multiple nodes that are problematic for the reasons I described earlier. The new form-based code, which, as I said earlier, is one of the things that the legislature is encouraging communities to do to address the housing crisis. And we've developed several of those. Streamlining the admin process, very important. And then the idea that we're developing a land use plan that can, over time, support increased transit access and use. If you don't have the land use, unless you're providing transit access at like a park and ride or some sort of transit center you have to drive to, you're not likely to see increases in transit. In terms of housing, supporting a greater mix, both market and affordable housing, incentives to bolster the affordable housing production, since the affordable housing is a percentage of the market rate, and then, of course, studying the impacts of those 4,000 units. The transportation planning for both alternatives is relatively similar. There are some things we considered in the in the action, like looking at the green spine more as a mobility kind of investment than just open space. But those things are relatively interchangeable between those alternatives and certainly for the preferred alternative. So in terms of transportation findings, we analyzed a number of intersections. This is just an example. We also analyzed a number of intersections outside of the town center. Again, the only level of service failure, which is the adopted standard, and is what the city has to adhere to and mitigate if there are impacts, was one intersection outside of the town center. And again, that was under the no action alternative. The average additional delay is 1.4 seconds, so not significant. And if you have any specific questions, again, we have Christian Thompson from DKS to be able to answer those. Slide.
Looks like we have a couple of questions popping up all over. So I'll start with Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thanks, Jeff. Actually, my question was on the slide prior to this, when we had mentioned form-based code, and I know that that's new to Sammamish. We've never done this before. Can you just explain a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, so under a traditional zoning code, it's usually based more on uses. So you have a chart of uses, and in some cases they can be kind of random and cumbersome, and be difficult for folks to navigate and not really address the physical qualities of how that development looks, how it feels, how you experience it. So a form-based code emphasizes more, the scale of buildings, design standards, how the street addresses, or the building addresses the street, where your entrances are, sort of pedestrian-oriented design in districts where that's important. So it's more the physical quality and less on the use that's in the building. Now, there may be some uses that aren't going to fit in that form that you've established, so there is some use component to it, but it is much more design and experientially focused.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know we got a lot of questions around traffic, and a couple in particular. One, we had some comments and questions around the accuracy of our traffic model. So I'm wondering if we have any data where we can share with the community, right? I mean, personally, I think it's important to make data-driven decisions, but if people are questioning our data, then that makes it hard for them to swallow that. So do we have any information around the accuracy of our traffic model?
I can answer that. I have no evidence to the contrary, so I have no data that says that the model is inaccurate.
Great. And then do you have, can you tell me, if I recall correctly in the past, one of the things that we don't assume is transit. So while we look at these numbers, right, and we see the additional delays, those additional delays are assuming everyone, like that there's no increase in transit, correct?
Well, the forecast model does not have transit as a mode, and so this is only taking into account personal vehicle automobiles.
Right. So if we do get, and when we get more transit, that will only improve things. It's not part of the decision-making process here. So we should be able to be confident that this data is kind of a worst-case scenario, because we already know that things like the light rail coming on will have some effect. Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
So I've been reading a lot of comments on, and I've been hearing a lot of comments where people say we need the infrastructure first. It needs to happen first before anything is done. Can you explain why that's not possible? And also explain like where in the process these mitigations would work. Like when would it happen? When, like based on when development happens.
Yeah, so, I mean, great question. I think in reality, it's a combination. I mean, traditionally, Sammamish has been a community where development pays for development. I mean, that's been the model. Keeps taxes low and those sorts of things. In a town center, you know, development is a little bit more complex and requires a higher investment in sort of public amenities and public space. So Sammamish being a new city, significant investment in the civic campus here is fantastic. Investments in Fourth, the Lower Commons Park. So there have been city-led investments, and there are a number of other ones that have been identified, you know, key streets and perhaps a transit hub at some point. But the majority of the streets will be built out as development occurs. And so the way that they do that is they build that into their pro forma. They develop a certain amount of something, housing, commercial, mixed use, that will help them pay for that. If those numbers don't work, then they won't do it. And so the city is intentionally relying on the developers to build a lot of that infrastructure, so the city doesn't have to expend its own funds on that. And that needs to be connected with development. It's kind of the concept of concurrency. And you know, part of the analysis here is looking at the future build out of the street network. I mean, most of the streets have not been built. So connectivity is a huge issue across all of Sammamish, and I think is one of the reasons there are some mobility challenges in the community. But intentionally, the infrastructure, particularly streets, will be built out with development, including sewer and water lines and stormwater.
So I do also just want to call our attention to a section of the Washington Administrative Code. It's WAC, sorry, my eyes, 365-196-840. And it's subsection 6A2, which says, so for the purpose of, and this is the whole chapter, this is a state's chapter on concurrency, and this is basically guiding how cities and counties are to manage the delivery of infrastructure with development. I've heard some comments about, you know, building the infrastructure first and then the development comes in. I completely understand that. And my prior self, you know, prior to working in this position would have probably thought the same thing. But state law is very clear that it says concurrent with development means that improvements or strategies are in place at the time of development, or that a financial commitment is in place to complete the improvements or strategies within 6 years. And what this is saying is that the deployment or development of infrastructure is to happen alongside development. And we work really closely with the Sammamish Plateau Water and Sewer District. We work with them in development of their water and sewer comprehensive plans. We work really closely with the Lake Washington School District. We work closely with them in development of their capital facility plans. We provide information on development to both of those entities at a regular pace. Whenever we hear about a development, maybe an idea that a developer has, we are feeding that information to the Water and Sewer District and to the Lake Washington School District and the other school districts, depending on where the development's located. That's an example. We have other service partners as well that we do the same thing with. And that is really how development is managed in order to ensure that infrastructure is brought online. If there is a finding at the point of development that there is inadequate infrastructure, then a developer has two choices. They can either wait until there is adequate development, or adequate infrastructure available to proceed, or a plan for adequate infrastructure available to proceed, or they can take on doing a project-specific environmental impact statement where impacts would be evaluated and mitigation measures would be identified, and they can then implement those mitigation measures to add that capacity. So an example would be building a lift station for sewer capacity, or building a school addition for school capacity, or donating land to the school district for school capacity. And these are things that are not unheard of, and are things that we don't are fully engaged in working through this. And if we come to that point in finding as part of the development review permit process, we would take the steps necessary to ensure that development is stopped and that these things are considered.
Okay, great. I mean, the way I understand it, especially for town centers, like we wouldn't go in and start building roads without even knowing if, anything's going to happen in there. So, I mean, that makes sense to me. Thanks.
Well, in that way, you could say that, Fourth is a bit of a risk when the city built Fourth. That was a big investment. And look how many years Fourth has sat there without development happening around it. There's also a major sewer component that has been invested in that part of the town center already. So to say that the infrastructure is not built, well, it's already been built in the form of the civic campus, the Lower Sammamish Commons Park, the construction of Fourth, the construction of the sewer and the sewer capacity to serve that area. That is all in place already.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Great, thank you.
I have a quick question, and it has to do with, I'm sorry, I'll let you. So my question has to do with perception. So there was a perception in the room, for example, that was an inadequate answer about the 1.4 seconds of delay. It appears that there is just a question mark about that. And I think this stems actually a little bit from what I heard at the Planning Commission meeting, where there's a perception that traffic is bad. There's a perception that things are that there's a lot of traffic, for example, to work around. But this study doesn't go into that layer of detail of when we think about things like lowering the speed limit or doing a deep dive into the traffic. Isn't it kind of a higher level view of traffic, not the deep dive, or am I wrong?
I mean, it is a higher level, and we're looking at impacts from this development onto the traffic network overall. I think Christian's answer could have included, all the modeling that's done and all of the assumptions and assignments that are made, which is the same that was done for the TMP. So that same model is being used, to evaluate the impacts of development in the town center.
Okay, and I'll just go ahead, and we need a motion to extend. And I will remind council that we did say that public comment would go for 30 minutes after this town center presentation. So what is your motion? I hear a motion to extend until 11. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been first and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Please continue. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to go pick up your question, Councilmember Treen?
It was to extend. If I could just take a second, though, and explain a little bit about how this modeling works. So when we consider the town center and growth in the town center, the city is broken up into what are called transportation assessment zones, TAZs. And these are areas where there are a certain number of units included, and those are then run through a model. The city routinely collects real information about the volume of traffic on roads. We put out these hose counters that go out. And that all that information is fed into a model. And what we do when we look at growth, like an addition of 2,000 units, is we increase the numbers in the transportation assessment zones in the model. And the model then analyzes where there might be degradation in the network and where there might be delays or things that might happen that would bring it below what the level of service is. And I might not have got that right. And I looked to Christian to say, to fill in the blank, I'm not a traffic engineer. I saw a thumbs up, but that is a layman's sort of approach to how the traffic modeling works. And Jeff had something else to add.
I was just going to say in general, I mean, this is a 20-year forward-looking model. It's got a number of assumptions, what type of growth is going to happen over 20 years, driver behavior, human behavior, whether, transportation technology changes have an impact or not. Like, all of those things go into this, and I think it's just important that it's a planning sort of scenario tool. And having worked with many models over my planning career, it's always interesting to go back and see how accurate they are. I think transportation is a little bit more confined, but like some of the land use models and things I've looked at, even those have been done by universities, they're often not super accurate. So I think this is, up to industry standards and what most communities are working with for types of plans like this.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, is this the same model that was updated by the last council majority? Traffic model?
That's a great question. I don't know, Christian, if you can explain, is this the model that when you took over under contract that you inherited from the prior consultant?
Yes. Yeah, I believe it's the same one. Yeah, TSI's model.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, a couple more slides. So these is showing the current or the no action map on the left and the proposed on the right. So we have proposed to simplify the districts rather than having 3 or 4 different nodes. We're sort of focused on the one node centered around 4th and 228th. Respects, I think, the wedding cake concept more fully, and I think makes it easier for the city to administer long term. So in terms of the scale of development, we've tried to keep it relatively similar to what is in place today. So the urban core is similar to the A1 zone where we currently allow up to 70 feet in height. There is an option to increase that to 85 feet for other public benefits like additional affordable housing or other benefits that are identified. And that's sort of the ceiling of the sort of mid-rise construction type. It's also could be used to accommodate a mass timber building as well. The urban mixed is similar to the B zone, so maintaining the 50-foot height limit. And then the garden mixed would be the middle housing zone, which is similar to the others we've implemented in the R zones.
So
Sorry, there's a question here from Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Jeff. On that slide, the urban core, so the 70 feet versus 85 feet, that decision has not been made.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, that is an option.
Yeah.
If the city didn't go forward with that, I think the plan and objectives still work. If we want to kind of emphasize, some trade-offs for some additional public benefits and to give a little bit of more flexibility on kind of building height and types, you could do that. But no decision's been made on that, is my understanding.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question around that building height also? Is it more likely that an apartment building could be built if we allowed 85 feet versus 70?
I think 70 does work. We have one example, I think we showed last time, of a 85-foot, I think it's 80 or 85-foot mass timber building that was built in Seattle. that is affordable housing. So that is a typology that folks want to build. And particularly for affordable housing providers, they're always thinking of how many families can we serve. I mean, that's really their mindset. And so the additional height would allow them to serve more families. But it's not an absolute have for the plan to work.
Not a deal breaker. Thank you.
Not a deal breaker.
There are other environmental benefits to different construction types, and if you can get to a cross-laminated timber type building, there are environmental factors that go along with that, and that you might consider, and we might present an option, up to you, that if you wanted to build up to 85 feet above 70 to get that extra height, that you're using a building typology and construction type that is seen to be more environmentally friendly. And cross-laminated timber, mass timber, is seen to be achieving that.
More expensive though, correct?
It can be more expensive, and that's the crossover where if you allow the extra height, maybe you get that building type.
I see the trade-off. Okay, very good. Thank you. And so Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, you started to touch on it, but you didn't go quite far enough. So can you explain a little bit for folks what some of those environmental benefits would be if we enable that kind of construction?
Well, I mean, I think, as David said earlier, the environmental benefits of just building denser housing and even just the 70-foot, I think, is there. It increases the viability of commerce and retail, more walkability, potentially more customers, more shared walls, things like that. I think, and we've been working with Rose on considering some green building incentives as something for next year, but I think it's important to also recognize that, smart growth development is kind of the core of environmental stewardship. Just simple things like shared walls, more efficient buildings, places you can walk to, parks and open spaces, places to socialize. All of those things I think are just fundamental. And then you can start to layer on some of the building technology stuff and maybe passive house and some of these other things that start to elevate it. But I think there's just some core fundamentals that we need to get right with this, and this scale that is proposed in the action alternative, I think will get the city there.
We also see cross-laminated timber, mass timber, as a legacy type of construction as compared to what is known as stick-built construction. And it has, carbon, the right term, I'm trying to remember it, but I want to say carbon embodiment in the way that the wood is formed. It performs like steel. It allows for additional opportunity for passive heating, where you can have different spaces, whereas the way stick-built construction works, you can't have the type of openings that cross-laminated timber construction have. It's seen to be generally warmer and more livable. There's a whole bunch of literature on cross-laminated timber construction.
More durable.
More durable. It performs like steel. It's also faster to build because it comes prefabbed and it is assembled much quicker, as opposed to basically cutting and putting together a bunch of 2x6s. So it's a different construction type method altogether.
Does it also use less concrete generally? Yeah. And concrete bad. So thank you.
So these next slides go over the main categories of the comments that we received through the SEIS period, and then also a high level of our findings. Overall, we received 791 comments during the 30-day comment period. Nearly half of those comments mentioned traffic specifically, and we found that there's no significant adverse unavoidable impacts under the action alternative. Overall, the plan proposes investments in local streets, sidewalks, and bike lanes, among other improvements. We did find one intersection that's Southeast 8th and 212th that falls before the adopted level of service standards during the PM peak hour. This is the same case, though, for both the no action and the action alternative, and impacts to this intersection can be mitigated. There's a full traffic report attached to the draft SEIS, which evaluated impacts on over 50 intersections in the city. And that was the only one that we found to fail. It's also important to note that concurrency requirements, which David mentioned, are enforced during the permit review stage, and those are in the development code. Next slide. For density, 41% of comments received mentioned the number of housing units or density. With the middle housing overlay, much of the city currently allows densities between 12 and 18 units per acre. That was approved last December through the comprehensive plan and development code amendments. And contrast this with the overall density for the 2,000 unit no action alternative, which is 12.7 units per acre. And then the overall density for 4,000 unit action alternative is 25.5 units per acre. That's the center of your city. For infrastructure, 41% of comments received mentioned the need for infrastructure. We found that there's no indication future capacity will be an issue. Infrastructure is installed as development occurs. Needs are evaluated and improvements are required during the permit review stage, and the concurrency requirements also come into play with that. Next slide. For school capacity, 28% of comments received expressed concerns for school capacity. We found that Lake Washington School District is projecting a decline of 15% enrollment between 2028 and 2035. And that's including some Sammamish schools, nearby schools, not just throughout the district. There's an enrollment forecast memo from the district attached to tonight's agenda bill. And then overall continued collaboration with the district will ensure that they have accurate enrollment forecasts and adequate school capacity moving forward. As for the environmental impact, 19% of the comments that we received mentioned something about environmental impacts. We point to the 2023 study that showed development within the town center will actually improve stormwater drainage due to the installation of new facilities. Essentially, it's managed drainage where, now without the development, it's unmanaged. Critical area regulations protect 83 acres in the town center, and that's over 1/3 of the sub-area's total acreage, 83 acres. We're also proposing new landscape regulations in the draft code that emphasize drought-tolerant and native species. And we have a placeholder, which Jeff mentioned in the draft code, to adopt green building incentives that will be developed next year. And then lastly, emergency services evacuation. 16% of the comments that we received mentioned emergency service and concerns with potential citywide evacuation. Here we point to the 2022 study, which also led into the emergency management plan, which was adopted in 2023. The study estimates that the entire city can be evacuated in 4 hours and 40 minutes. The city will have ongoing coordination with the East Side Fire District and other public safety partners.
So that rounds out our presentation on the project purpose, the planning context, the overview of the environmental impact statement study that we did, and the findings. And we have reached the point of offering to answer any questions the council may have regarding the work done and review of the preferred alternative and opportunity for council to discuss selection of an alternative.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, can we make sure that that stormwater study gets shared more prominently with folks? Because I think there was a concern that we didn't study that here, but we did do a comprehensive study. And I believe, if I recall correctly, that in that study, it talked a lot about changing climate and how our rain patterns, I guess, if you will, are changing. So I think that's an important thing for us to call out, right? Like you were saying, that the current sort of unmanaged conditions that we have today on much of the town center area, I think, have been negatively impacted over the recent years because our rain patterns are changing. And, I'd love confirmation of that, right? Like, we have more heavy rain days than we used to, right? We used to have like all drizzle all the time, right? But now we get more heavier rain. So the stormwater vault will actually improve that, if I recall correctly. Can you guys confirm that, or do we need to follow up with Audrey on that?
That is what the report findings say.
Okay.
And part of that is that we have glacial till soils in the town center. The infiltration capacity of those soils is not such that we can use certain types of low impact development that rely heavily on infiltration. Consequently, it requires quite a bit of retention detention in order to manage stormwater. The finding, if I paraphrase the study, is basically that the existing condition of the town center, being that it was farmed and had been deforested and largely is compacted as a result of all of that activity over the years, that implementing the city's stormwater regulations will result, which require modeling and storage to a pre-existing forested condition, result in a better outcome than if there was no development there today, because of the sheet flow that happens across the surface of that land. And ultimately, retrofit is going to lead to a better outcome. I did hear in the comments this evening commentary about some of the impacts that I want to say previous generations of development might be having on some of the aquatic systems in the city. And the report does also call that out, that the city should continue to make investment over time as funding is available in retrofitting existing development where the same standard was not applied. That largely much of that effect to hydro period to aquatic systems comes from a different generation of development. That is not what we're talking about here. The city's adopted stormwater manual and the city's amendments to the stormwater manual are seen to be as some of the most progressive in the region and are really focused on water quantity and water quality in a way that many other cities don't take on.
Thank you. Councilmember Gupta.
Thank you. You talked a little bit earlier about growth paying for growth traditionally in Sammamish. Could you, for the benefit of the community, could you walk us through what an impact fee is?
Yeah, so basically an impact fee is a fee that a developer pays per unit to offset the impact that people arriving as a result of that development or commercial space arriving and trips or other activity that goes along with that might bring to its system. The city sets a level of service standard as part of its comprehensive plan. The water and sewer district sets its level of service as part of its water comprehensive plan or sewer comprehensive plan. A school district sets its level of service as part of its capital facilities plan, and that's largely set by the State Office of Public Instruction. And we then work towards those levels of service, and we model the impact or the cost, I guess, per capita of providing that service. And we then have a system by which a developer is required to pay a fee for a new development in order to maintain that identified and established level of service. We do have existing levels of service standards and impact fees. Matt did a good job here of calculating those out under some different scenarios, and I'll pass it over to Matt to indicate what revenue might look like under some different scenarios based on our existing impact fees.
Yeah, so we have the street impact fee, and then we have the park impact fee. The school impact fees are separate. And we apply those by different housing types. So you have the townhomes, you have middle housing, you have mid-rise. Essentially for street impact fees, they range between $8,700 and approximately $11,000, depending on the unit type. And I evaluated, based upon the action alternative, which is a range of 3,000 to 4,000 units, and that would generate between 27 million and over 36 million in impact fees. For the park impact fees, it's the same approach by different housing type. In that range is 4,300 to around 6,700 per unit, and that range is around 14 million to just over 19 million. That would be generated based upon the action alternative. And that would be collected as permits are issued and then can be applied to infrastructure as it's built out.
Great, thank you very much. I want to, if I remember correctly, we did an economic analysis in the fall of last year to study different housing typologies, and what came out of that, I think we mentioned this earlier, was townhomes were very profitable. I think they had a margin of over 30%. So if we were to go with the no action alternative, is it correct that most of what would be built would be expected to be townhomes?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the remaining capacity in town center that has not been built, permitted, or that remains to be built is about 940 units. Is that around that?
Yes.
And could you remind me the size of the Brownstone West development? How many housing units are in Brownstone West?
In West is 38 units. Yeah.
So just to give some scale, the Brownstones West is 38, and the remaining built capacity for town center is 940. So, I understand there are concerns about development. I would also ask the community that is concerned, is your vision for town center Brownstones West scaled up to 900 units, right? Is that the best outcome? I don't know that answer, right? That's part of the reason we're doing this study, but I would say I'm not so certain that that is the best outcome that I'm willing to take the rest of the numbers out of the study, right? I want to have those numbers so that we can go forward and make a decision. And sorry, I know we're going late. Just one more. I don't know if we've mentioned it tonight, but could you remind me about by right development versus the incentives we've talked about?
Sure. By right development is what you can develop without the use of incentives. Right now, those densities are quite low, so the percentage of affordable housing is relatively low. And the feasibility is, of course, challenged, so there's a sort of a production issue. However, what we're proposing, specifically with regard to the affordable housing, is sort of a range of choices that are also paired with the multifamily tax exemption, which will help with the feasibility side. So, and we also recently implemented the citywide, or not quite citywide, but the affordable housing program in the R zones. So what we're proposing under the action alternative is there is no scenario where you can develop without providing affordable housing, with the exception of the TDR units, but most of those have already been incorporated into projects that are somewhere in the permit process, and there's a limited maybe number that's left. So I don't expect that to be a big factor. So right now, there is some by right development you can do using the base densities, but that's essentially the townhomes, and that's only in the A zone. As you go to the other zones, the densities are even lower. So the by right development has, I'd say, less meaning here, because we want all projects to incorporate affordable housing, and we're not providing, I think, a feasible baseline other than the townhomes that can be developed currently.
Great, thank you.
Other questions, Council? Councilmember Stewart.
Just following up on that, so when we say that we think that feasibility-wise, with no changes, it would be townhomes, does that also mean we wouldn't get additional commercial?
I believe so. I mean, the most attractive spot for commercial is along 228th, but it's challenging. Not a lot of the properties have good access. You know, the Met Market, Sammamish Village site was prime for that, even though it wasn't envisioned for that in the plan. So yes, oftentimes, it's particularly for small scale commercial, it's not even a part of the pro forma. It's simply an amenity or something that's required. In the urban core zone, we do have requirements for street level retail, but we've tried to set them modestly and give some flexibility around making sure that the first floor is designed for retail, but providing some flexibility on interim uses, which, you know, could have community benefits as well. So
we wouldn't really get the services that the community's been asking for. Okay.
Not the walkable type retail that is associated with the mid-rise development, which can't frankly happen because there's no incentives that would allow anyone to be able to do that.
Based on what we've heard in conversations with developers, we've heard from Kidder Matthews, it is unlikely that the city would see a town center like Edmonds be built out, where you have single-story commercial, you know, I call it low productivity commercial, where there is no mixed use component to it, where there's, you know, the mid-rise type buildings. So it is, unless there was a larger box or something, which I think is hard to permit, we really wouldn't see that type of development happening in the town center.
Yeah.
Now, the one, I need to just be completely transparent, the one silver lining with townhomes is that they can be built to accommodate live-work units. And there are some advances we've seen in the industry where you could partition out space and somebody could own a townhome, and if it's designed properly, it can have a live-work, curbside commercial unit that they could either, you know, say there's an accountant's office or a bead shop or, you know, some small retail component. The one that we have, you know, we had a gift basket maker here in the city that we had an issue with years ago where they had such a high volume of gift baskets. Good for them, but it resulted in traffic in the neighborhood where we had a challenge. That would be a good location to put that type of store. So I do want to say that there are some silver linings to townhomes. It's not the end all, but that is, if that's all you had in terms of commercial being built, that really wouldn't achieve the needs of what the city, we think the city needs.
Thank you.
I have another question, and I don't know that you can answer this actually, but I have a concern that was brought up by the gentleman that talked about Merrill Gardens and about the density required to make that a happy living space for those residents that are there, and the same goes for Aegeus. What I don't have a sense of is what does our density need to be to make it that vibrant space that functions, and could we be at risk of having Merrill Gardens downsize or change their mind or something along those lines? Because I look at something like Merrill as a plus. I mean, we get no traffic, we get no kids in schools, and we get jobs. That is just a win. So I don't want to jeopardize that.
So from my point of view, and you know, working on mixed-use buildings, the more that you have, the better the commercial works. You essentially have you develop a critical mass at some point. And if it's just one building kind of on its own that is mixed use with commercial on the first floor, it'll kind of slump along, right? It's not going to get the best tenants, not going to get the best restaurants or coffee shops or, you know, boutique retail, whatever you're looking for. But if you build several mixed-use buildings, then you're creating kind of a destination. And that's really, I think, the benefit of consolidating the nodes for the, you know, the A zone, which is now the urban core. And then kind of helps, you know, build that up. It's also, you know, retailers and restaurants, they want to be near each other because they feed, you know, it's the same customer base and they're feeding off of the same customers essentially. Is that, yeah.
Okay, council members, more questions? Or is there somebody ready to make a resolution? Motion to make a resolution. Okay, we've got Councilmember Treen.
Thank you. So I move to direct the city manager to look at a hybrid alternative for the Sammamish Town Center plan update as provided to the city manager, Carrie Sand, and city council, titled Town Center Hybrid Alternative, SEIS, Integration, Legal, Environmental Planning, and Capacity Strategy.
Is there a second?
All right.
Second.
Wow. Okay, thanks. I'd like to speak to my motion then.
You may speak to your motion.
Yeah, so the plan that I sent out to the city council and staff was for a hybrid alternative, which would do a wildlife overlay. It would meet all the requirements for, really in a sense, it's trying to lay out the action alternative with a cap of 2,000 dwelling units. And then at that point, the council would need to study, or the staff would need to study the what percentage of affordable housing units we'd go with, whether it be 10, 15, or 20%. So I think by doing this, or it would be good based on what we heard from the public, but it'd also be good for the developer because we actually would be setting up a lot of what was already being set up with the action alternative.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're going to need some more clarifying questions because I think your suggestion is not well understood. So perhaps you could detail why this is actually different than no alternative. I mean,
the biggest difference is the wildlife corridors and the wildlife overlay is the biggest difference. And then the second biggest difference is that instead of being 4,000, we would study 2,000. Still with the form base, still with all the other elements that were in the action item, but changing, honoring in a sense the requests of the public to say, hey, don't go to 4,000.
Councilmember Clark, are you asking a clarifying question? Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Is your proposal what was sent to us via email? That's
Yes.
the exact same.
There's a couple errors in it that was pointed out by Councilmember Clark that would need to be changed, but I think the scope of it and what it's trying to do and study is pretty much saying, hey, look at this with first looking at the eye of wildlife corridors through the town center. Actually, I'd like to do it citywide, but this is a town center idea. And then it would be a cap at 2,000. And there's data in there that just shows here's the short-term, long-term, or mid-term, long-term. You have to do the middle housing rules. I mean, that's mandatory within this plan too. So all the things that are required by law. And there's the one thing I made a mistake about was the housing authority. So there was just a Scribner error would need to be corrected.
So there were a couple of issues that I saw in that, is that you were changing the inclusionary zoning to 15%.
Correct.
But it is already, that wasn't studied in the SEIS. And you're also proposing to increase buffers to 200 feet where it's like 150 feet. And that is, again, not studied in the SEIS. And isn't that considered a taking? I don't even think that's legal.
Not based on averaging, which is also mentioned in there. So there is ways to do it legally. We do have some fragmentation that would, well, not very much in the town center because it hasn't been built. So no, in a sense. Because this is limited to the town center, There's some, but very little. There's some over well, we were just there today looking at the former CWU. So if you make those buffers 200 feet, you just have to push the building, well, because I think you should just tear it down, but you just have to push the building forward or do a variance or a mitigation in some other way or by averaging. So on that part of the town center, no problem. It's not developed on the other end. Coming down, Fourth is the biggest problem that we have with wildlife corridors, but even the developer already knows that. So.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Clarifying question, Councilmember?
Yeah, so based on our discussion this evening around us, that the current plan is not viable to produce a meaningful amount of affordable housing, right? And that the 10% requirement currently in the town center has already been met. Like the stuff that's been developed is already beyond 10% of affordable. So if what we have now isn't feasible, why would keeping it at a cap of 2,000 and increasing the amount of affordable housing be feasible?
Well, we need to study that, and I think if we would change some of our earlier policies, that it would make it more attractive to the developer, especially if we can streamline permitting. You'd have to get rid of the fee in lieu. I'll just be clear. The developer doesn't want it. He can save $34,000 on every thousand. So you would actually he would be more happy to be building without the fee in lieu and would build more affordable housing.
But fee in lieu is only if you don't build affordable housing. You don't pay both. You either build affordable housing or you pay a fee. You don't do both.
It doesn't always work like that, but okay, I'll agree with you there, and with caveat, but it still would allow the developer to know exactly what he has to do, and so all new construction is going to get 15% increase in affordable housing. They either are going to do it or they're not. And if we're going to make it feasible for them anyway, which is that what the plan is going to study, I mean, we're going to work to make it feasible based on the housing types, which is then part of the state law. It works. Well, I'd like to study it to see if it does work. At the same time, protecting the environment.
Council, if there's no other questions, clarifying questions, the motion on the table is to vote for a amended
a hybrid
solution. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion does not carry. Would someone else like to make another motion?
Sure would. Okay. I move to direct the city manager to look at a hybrid alternative that includes the action alternative with a 3,000 dwelling units and increasing of 15% affordable housing requirement in the town center on new construction, and a wildlife overlay to create connectivity and trails. This action would require the council to table this decision until a date certain of September 9th, 2025, giving staff time to actually work it out.
Sorry, it's been moved. Is there a second? Hearing none, motion fails.
Okay, one more, please. I move to direct the city manager to look at any hybrid alternative that is legal to meet the SEPA authentic choice. Any alternative.
Actually, Councilmember Treen was first. He was in there first. So is there a second? Hearing none, motion fails. Councilmember Stewart.
I move to approve a resolution for the action alternative of up to, I want to emphasize up to, 4,000 units for the Sammamish Town Center area plan, as shown in Attachment A of Exhibit 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
First and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would very much love to. And the first thing I want to say is that, again, this is to dive deeper into the studying. This is not taking legislative action. This is not changing anything yet. This is so that we can get more of our questions answered. And then I'd further like to just make sure that folks know we read through all the comments, and I share the concerns of many who've sent in comments and shared comments this evening. I'm very worried about the environment and our city finances. I want to ensure that we can continue to have an amazing community and the schools that we have today for future generations. I want to make sure that we protect our trees, manage our stormwater, and continue our efforts to increase the kokanee population. A huge motivator for me to run for office was my concerns for the environment, recognizing that as we had tectonic shifts at the national level, that the local level would be our last line of defense. I'm also worried that we need to make sure that we can create safe spaces for our friends, our neighbors, and our children. And I think that it's really important that we live up to the unanimous priorities that we passed as a council, where we talked about protecting the environment, being a diverse, equitable, inclusive, and belonging community, that we all agreed that we needed to increase our ability to generate diverse and affordable housing, among many others. I want to point out to folks, again, that I heard your concerns, right? People are concerned about traffic. I think we talked a bit about that. If we don't move forward with some change, the housing will get built out in the community, and we'll get some townhouses. But those are actually the worst outcomes we could have from a traffic perspective. That will not create the density that will attract additional transit and make that possible. If we don't have the services, we're not going to reduce trips off the plateau. If we look at trying to maximize the development within the town center, and as we've already seen that our regulations that we put in place, which doesn't even include the fee in lieu of, we will continue to see reduced development throughout the rest of the city. And that really is the best alternative we can hope for from a traffic perspective. Overcrowding of the schools. Totally hear that. 22-year resident, raised 2 kids, don't want to talk about it. My youngest is about to head off to college, but I can completely appreciate this. The student generation rates for single-family homes are 60 students per 100 residents. The student generation rates for multifamily homes are 7 students per 100 units. And that's from Lake Washington School District. That's not from us. Those are counted numbers from the school district. So we will create 9 times more students if we build our 2,100 homes in single-family homes than if we maximize the number of multifamily that we have. And even if that number goes up because we have, young families moving in, it would have to go up 9 times to equal that of the single-family homes. We'll take out too many trees. It's getting late, so I'll simply leave it at, we take out 40 times more trees when we build single-family homes versus like mixed use or apartment buildings. 40 times more trees. The runoff will harm the environment. I think we addressed that. We have a stormwater vault that's been built. Someone said, hey, we don't see it. That's kind of the cool part about the stormwater vault. We don't see it, but it's there, and it's collecting the runoff. And then the last big one is we can't afford it. There's been a lot of misinformation out there, I believe, around the town center will cost the current residents. That's actually not true. We will generate far more revenue, not just in one-time fees, but in ongoing revenues, because we will get more property taxes and sales taxes in the town center, and we'll build a lot less infrastructure. It's 3 times the mileage of lane miles in single-family homes versus building in a town center area. So the infrastructure that we have to build will cost less, and we'll have ongoing revenues to pay for things. I've heard that, our firefighters won't be able to deal with the tall buildings. Well, hopefully we've put that to bed. The maximum we're looking at is 8 stories. 8, not 10, not 15. We never talked about 15, but because even at 150, it was not 15 stories. So I just want everyone to know that it's not that we aren't hearing you. We're doing our jobs of hearing your concerns and choosing the option that actually addresses your concerns based on the data and the science, not based on information on the internet that isn't necessarily accurate. So I hope that lands. I'm sure that there will be some people that will continue to doubt the data and doubt the experts and doubt the scientists, but this is the reality. Thank you.
Councilmember Treen?
No.
I'm sorry, you can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. Councilmember Treen.
Thank you, Mayor Howe. So I will not be supporting this. Look, the environment integrity with the preservation of steep slopes, wetlands, buffers, wildlife corridors, ensuring mitigation and probability of the adverse impact on the environment is clearly needs to be studied. It should have been studied already. So as far as the Growth Management Act compliance, this may or may not meet the intent of the Growth Management Act by planning for growth, because I don't believe it's in a realistic way due to the carrying capacity of the land, the infrastructure, including our transportation and stormwater systems. As far as the infrastructure alignments, we have challenges with Sammamish where we have constraint points, access points, choke points, I used to call them, but it limits our regional transit options. We have topographical barriers that are not being addressed, especially we all have to agree that a 4-hour, 40-minute time frame to get 100% of the residents off of this plateau is heartbreaking to me, to even know that it's that long. Having fought fires, I've seen the devastation firsthand, and so I definitely don't want to, I just don't even understand why we would do that to our residents. The community vision, when I moved here, it was it is a bedroom community. And so to have that many people emphasize that they wanted no to the 4,000 dwelling units, as much as you want to say that it will preserve more tree canopy, I'm just going to tell you, if you go north from where we are and a little bit, from to 4th and just walk out there, you see how much trees you're going to lose most of that. So, and the other part is the height limit going from 70 to 85 feet, even though for the residents, the extra 15 feet is based on affordability. So that's a good thing, but it definitely changes the existing neighborhood character of Sammamish. And when I say that, I think about places like the Tree Farm, Sahali, the Plateau Club. I think about the Sammamish Highlands. I think about Rock Meadows and your neighborhood, and whether that's Timberline or Heritage, Trossachs. That's our mosaic of wonderful neighborhoods that are bedroom communities that I serve and govern over. And so to see this neighborhood up here on 4th turn into Redmond, revisited, it hurts my heart. So, and I think we'll be challenged, and this comes to our attorney too, is that there's some legal and fiscal prudence that needs to take place. So I don't know if I trust right now I don't, to be honest with you, don't trust that we could do the right thing when it comes to the legal and to the financial part of it. So for those reasons and several others, I will be voting no.
Councilmember O'Farrell. Oh, sorry. It's really Deputy Mayor Lamb, sorry.
The lack of affordable housing is something I care very deeply about. 14% of the people that live in that work in our city have to commute in. That includes our teachers, our police officers, our firefighters. It includes our city staff. And when the bomb cyclone hit, our maintenance crews had to come into our city. And I strongly believe that the people that serve our community, that work in our community and serve our community, should be able to live in our community. So I will be supporting the action alternative.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this also for a lot of the reasons that have been just mentioned. I'm excited to see that we will finally get an opportunity to get some different housing types in Sammamish, which I think we really need. I am interested in getting to work on more of our civic projects, and as was brought up during public comment, we're continuing to work on our green spine and what that would mean for our community. And then one thing that occurred to me, because it was mentioned during your presentation, the TDR program, the Transfer Development Rights, and I think that program right now has been maxed out, which means though that in order to have used those TDRs, we have saved trees from the sending sites, isn't that correct? That would have come from the King County area, probably around 202. I think that had contributed to our emerald necklace. So we have saved to date quite a number of trees. I don't know how many trees, maybe hundreds of trees at this point. So that's something worth noting, that we've already done that and we're going to continue to do that. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Thank you. Just wanted to give my support to this motion as well. I did respond to Councilmember Treen and was thankful he sent something early so we could at least have some sort of a dialogue before having it out here. Honestly, if I were to save Sammamish from anything, it would probably be misinformation and poorly generated AI photos, also from furthering social and economic inequalities.
Councilmember Gupta.
Yeah, I will be supporting this. Delivering affordable housing is important. I think this is one of the few ways that we can really thoughtfully approach that as a city. I don't want to be in a position in 5 years where, as we discussed, the state and the county come to us and say, hey, we gave you an allocation and we have not made any meaningful progress. But we've also had our town center start to be built out with majority townhomes. And then we're really stuck, because how do we create affordable housing in a way that is thoughtful and that is efficient in the infrastructure that we deliver, and that can be activated by transit, and that can help activate the commercial and the amenities that I've heard our residents want, and that could help balance our budget. Because, I think we saw in the financial update, 63% of our revenues are property tax. And that's really hard when our fire costs are going up 15% and our police costs are going up 8%. Those are vital city services, right? We need our police and we need our fire. And if those costs continue to scale, we can't continue to rely on our residents' property tax. So it is important that we start to diversify our revenues. So I think a robust town center starts to solve a lot of the problems that we're contending with as a city. But we do have to be really thoughtful about it. And maybe 4,000 isn't the answer. Maybe it's less than that, but I do think we need to study 4,000 so we can do the math and say, this is how many car trips a townhouse generates. This is how many students a townhouse generates. And this is how many students and car trips and stormwater impacts multifamily or an apartment or a condominium generates. Because there's going to be some sort of equation that equals the one to the other. So I think it's really worth considering as a community, if it's 100 townhomes versus X number of apartments, can we get to somewhere in the middle where we're delivering more housing units, but bringing the same amount of people or the same amount of impact into our city? It's worth considering. I'm not saying I have the answer right now, but I think it's worth considering.
So, I have like 3 pages, but I'm not going to read this. Growth is coming. So we can let it happen to us or we can plan for it. And I think that's been the message through this entire process, which has been extremely transparent with several studies and very thorough. And we're still not done. There's still more work to do in order to study things more closely and further. So why are we even doing this? What are the problems that we're actually trying to solve? What do we actually want here? We want to expand our very limited choices for housing beyond single family and have more affordable options. Residents do want amenities. They do want choices. That has been extraordinarily clear year after year after year. We want to keep the businesses we have. What do you think will happen to Met Market if you don't have density? This is the lowest performing store they have in their complex. It was purpose-built for here. It needs that nexus of support. It needs more people here. We want to ensure that the growth is focused in the town center where it is built to absorb it correctly, instead of in your neighborhood, which is where it will happen next. So if you really don't want development in your backyard, you want to support more growth at town center. We want to grow growth where transit is likely to hum. So putting it near a transit center is important. We want to preserve and protect the habitat and environmental resources. There's reasons why the Sierra Club, for example, support our initiatives. There's a reason why FutureWise supports our comp plan, because it is the most environmentally sound and safe thing for our habitat and for our wildlife. I've heard the comments, and a lot of people, I've read them, I read all of them, and even the people that are very opposed to this often say, I don't really mind affordable housing, we probably need it. I don't really mind more housing choices, we probably need it, and it would be nice to have a restaurant. And where they freak out is actually one number. There's the one number, the 4,000, and that's where all the bad things spill out. However, we've come back with, yeah, but I know your school is crowded right now. That school bubble of population bursts in 2028. So yeah, your high school is crowded, but there's elementary classrooms that are empty. And in 2028, the classrooms decline in terms of the students that come in. That's not, again, not our facts. It comes from the school district. I'm actually on the Flood Control Committee, Emergency Management, and the Eastside Fire and Rescue Board. I can assure you we understand the issues that we need to confront in terms of emergency management. This is not a blank space. This is actually something that we've worked on for some time. We have our comp plan for emergency management is up to date. We could continue to improve it, certainly, absolutely. But this is not like a blind spot. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of chaos sown by social media, which has been sort of clickbait. So, an exciting photo and you click on it, and all that does is generate money for social media companies and throw confusion out into a population. I'm thinking that we're going to have to extend again here in a minute. But I choose not to be cynical about this. I choose to believe that the folks that are opposing this are not hard-hearted, do not hate teachers, are not saying we don't want firefighters here, that we don't want first responders here. I choose to believe that these are folks that actually would be okay if your kids moved here, even though they say that they don't want them here. I think that they actually do, because we need that youth and vitality. We need the options for them to be here, because that's how we stay vibrant as a community. That's how we grow and evolve into what we should be becoming and what we're gonna not have a choice on as growth is pushed upon us. So to have a view that is no growth or stifling growth or constricting it in such a way that's not realistic is very counterproductive. The fact we have a housing shortage, the fact we don't have affordable housing is a problem we should tackle, not say we are not smart enough to handle it. We are. We can take care of it. This is something that we can do. Is there a motion to extend?
So moved.
I move that we extend to 11:35.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So if we want our bright young teachers to live near here, we can actually make that happen. There's no place in King County that's affordable. There's no place in King County that's affordable. So why not make it happen here? Why not be the place where people come to because we have the vision and the foresight to create that space for them? I think we have that capacity. So I'm in favor. And with that, let's take is there more? Sorry, one more comment. Okay, Councilmember Stewart.
Can we just make sure that as we go forward to continue the studying, that we get more specific about these concerns and clearly articulate them, in particular, the emergency management pieces? I do believe that fundamentally, public safety is our number one job, and I appreciate that. So this, again, isn't a final decision. This is, hey, what do we need to do? I think, David, you have discussed some ideas around that so that we can make sure that this not only doesn't make our city less safe, but it can make it more safe. So I just want to make sure that people know that we're not just blindly moving forward. We're going to move forward, study deeper, and make sure that we are head-on addressing all of the concerns that people have raised. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got it moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. So before we have the manager's report, we will go to public comment. Only people in the room, please. So first up is Glenn and Julie. Is it Gus or Guys? Am I close? We could do that. There's actually more. There's another sign-up list over there. If Glenn and Julie are here, if Denise, would you like to speak? Okay. Is Ed Hill in the room? Is Carrie Parrish? Carrie Parrish? Catherine Kiddo? Anybody in the room want to give public comment? Okay, I've got his hand in the back.
Good evening, Council. It's still evening. It's not quite morning yet. My name is Tom Odell, 36-year resident of Sammamish, former council member for 9 years, former mayor, former a bunch of things, including transportation committee. And my background professionally is transportation. A lot of what we heard about tonight and before involved transportation. One thing that wasn't brought out tonight is on a level of service, a former council actually changed the numbers because they were failing. And that is something you may want to go back and look at, because I think the numbers you were working with are maybe artificial. In February, I wrote a long letter to the council. I encourage you to go back and read that. I think that will give you a lot of the answers you said you wanted to understand. In the council packet for February 16th, there was a summary of feedback from one of the public meetings that went 200 items. I summarized that by category, not the way staff did tonight with the latest version, which I haven't done yet. Very simple. For, against, neutral. For, against, neutral. Of the 200, 84.5% were against it for some reason. 84 and a half. 14 people of the 200, or 6%, 5% were for it. Another 10% didn't care. They just commented on certain aspects. I encourage you to go back and look at the latest version and do the count the same way. What I've heard loud and clear tonight was people are unhappy with what you guys are talking about doing. And I know all the reasons for doing it. I attended meetings for the Planning Commission for 2 years before I ran for council. One of the first votes I took when I came into council was on the current plan. The growth for Sammamish will not be limited to town center, and organic growth will continue. We've had no problem as a community meeting our growth targets for the last many years. The new wrinkle is the mixture of housing. Well, we can do other things too. We can work with Habitat for Humanity, giving them a surplus city property. There's surplus property around the city that could be repurposed. We haven't thought of that. I haven't heard word one about that.
Thank you.
I will count it off now, but I also would encourage you to put this up for a public vote. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone left in the room who has not given? Yes. You have 3 minutes, and if you could state your name and.
Okay, I will. Hi, my name is Wendy Mittal, and I'm the resident here for 14 years. And I see the change of the city. And like you say, changing or population growth is inevitable. We have to face it. But I have to do it very reasonable, manageable. It's not just because, okay, we need to help the developer to make profit, so we need to increase the number. You have to think, yes, they pay the impact fee, but in return, city had to also invest. Do we have the capital to do that? Right? And you keep talking about firefighter want to live here, teacher want to live here. We want to have affordable housing. What is affordable housing? What is the price? I just heard a townhouse costs $700,000. Which firefighter or teacher can afford to buy that townhouse? So you need to, as a resident, I want to know, what is the number? What is the cost? Based on you say affordable housing. What is affordable for who? Tech worker? Of course. To them it's affordable because they don't need to spend $1 million. They said $700,000. They get a townhouse. Then the people you really want to help, do you really help them? And really thank you for your work and your time to work for the resident of Sammamish. But really, you need to do more detailed, more depth study to really find the better way to really serve all people here. Not just the developer, or not the potential people might move in. We are already live here. If the market cannot support by the existing resident, there's something wrong. Have you figured out that? They need to have the new blood in order to survive. There's something wrong here. So really, spend more time, do the depth study, and listen to the residents' thought. Don't create you or I, them or us. We are a community. Listen, people say things for a reason. They against for a reason. Listen. Based on your thinking, your conscience, make the better and best solution or decision for the resident here. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. sorry, you've already spoken for tonight.
I have a different topic.
Is there anyone else that had signed up for public comment that did not give public comment? If not, we will move to council reports.
Hello, I'm a resident for a year. I married into this community. I've grown up in this area. My grandparents used to live in Lake Sammamish, and I wish I could afford their house, but I can't. So my biggest concern is, will I be displaced from my community? Our family household, we have less than what teachers and all these people that you're calling affordable housing, like, we don't have the same income, and we physically have to drive to our jobs. And so I feel that there's a huge gap of people that are impacted by 6% utility taxes, that are impacted by any extra fees and different things. And Ms. Stewart, you mentioned that you care about these people like us who, you know, groceries are tough or different things, and that's actually the financial burden. So there are people who don't earn as much as people in this city. And then there's also people that don't qualify for affordable housing. And will we be displaced by, can you ensure that we will be able to stay in our homes without increased taxes and costs and fees that come with this? And it's really important to create a safe community here, and I feel distressed, like, living in a community where it seems like only one person on the council is willing to think of outside the box alternatives. My thought is, when this was annexed, it was because Sammamish didn't have debt. Now Sammamish has debt. But if, like, even Issaquah School District, none of the schools, Sammamish doesn't even have a school district. It doesn't have a pool. It's been taken over by YMCA. There's a lot of lacking of infrastructure that we need. If we can't do this, then we can go back to Issaquah. We can go to Redmond. You can go to Duval, Carnation, be absorbed, and the seats on these councils can go to those different things. Those jobs can go there. Like, think outside the box. What can we do to solve this problem and make this community a place where we can all live and stay and not be priced out of our residences? And that's the reason why we're not here to line the pockets of developers and make it easier for them to develop. My friends have been displaced because their HOA dues went up and they couldn't afford it and they had to leave. These types of communities, people want a place where they don't have to pay HOA dues, where they can have a front yard and maybe a backyard, where they can have a family. And I don't know if I can afford to have children. Like, that's just not in the cards for me right now. I don't know if I can afford to live here, and I want to, because my whole family's grown up here in the greater Seattle area. So please help us keep this a low-cost place to live, because it's really affordable. It's crazy. It's expensive. Thank you.
Can
we get your name?
Oh, yeah.
I just prefer to be noted as a Klahani resident.
I think it's required, isn't it? It's not required? Okay.
So, thank you.
Can we move now to council reports and to the city manager report?
I wasn't going to, but I think I have to. My name's Debbie Treen, and I've been in Sammamish for 15 years. You know, when I came in tonight, I signed up to speak because I wanted to share my thoughts with you about the 4,000 versus 2,000, and was immediately put into a divisive situation because your sign up was pro-town center, con-town center, other. I signed up on the other because I'm not pro-town center and I'm not con-town center. I have concerns about what is being done and whether you have the wherewithal to actually make a good decision about this. You hear the lack of trust. There are so many things that have gone on in the last 2 years from this council that are disingenuous, and they've resulted in the public not believing you anymore. And the most recent one is cutting down a 120-year-old tree for a drainage ditch in our own park. How can that be justified? How can that be justified? I have a statement I'd like to read, just one little comment, if I can find it again. Where is it? Sorry. I had it written in here. There. Okay, thanks. So Mr. Samwick was asked tonight if he was aware that a legacy tree was removed from our park for drainage for the town center. His reply was, it was in the plan. And then he was asked, were you aware that the tree was over 100 years old? Again, his answer was, well, it was approved in the plan. This is the kind of thing that we don't trust the city to take responsibility for. That tree should never have been cut. Somebody here approved a permit that allowed that to happen. It wasn't the evil developer, it was the city not following its own rules. So how can we have trust that giving you the gift of 4,000 units, trusting that you will somehow take responsibility for the impacts it has on the environment, is impossible. You don't care about a tree in your own park. The offer that Mr. Treen made, that Councilmember Treen made, to have a hybrid solution that included all the benefits for the developer that were in the 4,000 unit option, but limited to 2,000 units, is a very reasonable alternative. I know you received also comments asking that you do a hybrid solution starting with the 2,000 units from your own planning commission chair. This is not an unreasonable request. And just as all the other times, you go for what you were going to do and then you give speeches from the dais. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Now we're moving to city manager report and council reports. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this brief as it's getting a little late. I want to let council know that I'll get there. The letter that was in the packet was reflective of direction council provided us. I just want to note that was just the final version that was part of the packet, so everybody was clear as what was sent out. I do want to let council know that due to the ongoing Republic Services strike, that we have worked with Republic. There will be drop boxes for the next 3 days. Tomorrow, Wednesday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Beaver Lake Ball Fields. Thursday from 10 to 2 at Building 120, which is the former Central Washington building, and the same hours on Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Building 120. Information is up on our website and is on our social media, so hopefully people can take the opportunity to take advantage of those drop boxes with the hopes that things get sorted out and we get back to regular service. In the meantime, garbage and recycling. I believe that's correct. Yeah. I do want to continue to remind about National Night Out. I know we had the proclamation, but I want to encourage folks in the community to register through our police department so that we know you're having one and we can swing by and talk to you in your community barbecues. I also, just for everyone to understand, we are doing some sealing and restriping of the Civic Campus starting on Thursday. It will last a couple of weeks, so different sections will be roped off while the sealing and restriping happens over that time period. Obviously, traffic will be able to continue to move around City Hall campus while that happens. And last but not least, the council goes on recess after this, and we will be back on our September 2nd for our meeting and the first meeting in September. So just want to remind everyone of that. With that, Mayor, back to you.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Lamb.
I have a Board of Health meeting on Thursday, and I'll send out the agenda. I just wanted to remind everybody that we are hosting King County Solid Waste for a repair event in our library on August 2nd. So if you have small household items that need to be repaired, there will be a volunteer fixers from King County Solid Waste to help hopefully, fixture item, and that will be from 1:30 to 4 on August 2nd.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
I just wanted to remind Council I have a Riot 8 meeting on Thursday, July 17. It's actually in person. Usually it's on Zoom. We're meeting in Issaquah. Part of the meeting, we're going to get a little tour of the Mountains to Sound Greenway Trust's Lower Issaquah Creek Restoration Project at Lake Sammamish State Park. So that's very exciting. Look forward to seeing that. So I just want to let
Thank
everybody
you.
know.
And I met with the Snoqualmie tribe this morning. I will give you guys an update on that. I'm also doing the CBDG work, which is the doing grants basically for the region. So I'm working on that grant committee now. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Adjourned.
Certain things.
Cheese whip on that?